Hello? 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 Is this thing on? Knock, knock, knock. Is this thing on? Are we here? Are we ready? Are we ready? Ugh. All right. Hey, we good. Cassidy says we good. If Cassidy says we good, we are good. Okay, I just had a shower, so my hair is going to be crazy today. I don't care. I'm in pajama mode. I am in pajama mode. Let's see. Hi. Oh my god. Flower Dragon Cassidy. Good to see you. I missed you last week. I missed all of you last week. I had a work obligation. So I had to attend to that. But here I am, fresh as a daisy. Fresh as a daisy. Here and queer. Get used to it. Oh god. Okay, so I'm ordering pizza because I have nothing in my house. I have some stories to tell. Cuz I live in an area where the area I live in is notorious for car enthusiasts. So people who really love cars, they love sports cars, they love classic cars, so they call it Car Week. And this happens every year on the year, where we have a week-long event where people celebrate their love of cars, sports cars and classic cars. And I cannot enter that world because, first of all, I'm not rich and I don't have money for that, because there's lots of car auctions and car shows where they show their cars off or they auction the cars. And so it's a nightmare. It's literally a nightmare living where I am right now, because there's these fucking car events everywhere I go. Like this morning, I couldn't even go to the goddamn bank and deposit my paycheck because I was like trying to get to the street where the bank was on, and they're like, the street's closed, we're having a car show. And it's like, I don't fucking give a shit. I actually ended up parking illegally anyways and went into the bank and got out in time for nobody to give a shit. But if they did, oh, I tell you what, I'd be going to Karenin. Here we go, we're Karening across the Wassel Green. I don't know. Here we go, we're wassailing. Whatever that Christmas song is. So anyways, hold on. Right now I'm finishing my order for pizza, because I don't want to cook anything, because there's just no going out to the grocery store, even though I went to the grocery store today and something terrible happened. I'm going to tell you about that. Something terrible happened to me at the grocery store today, and I'm going to tell the whole world about it. So, oh my god. Put this back on. But hold on, let me finish ordering my pizza. $39. Oh my god. Pizza is expensive these days. I swear to fucking god. But I never order pizza, so let's see. Would you like to earn points to order free pizza? Yeah, because I'm so fucking fat I need more pizza. Thank you. I'll sign up later. Oh, I can pay with PayPal? Yo, that's dope. Let's just do it that way. Yeah, I'll give him a tip. Jesus Christ, pizza's expensive. What the fuck? How am I spending this much on goddamn pizza? Katrina says you're not fat, Jen. Thank you. I don't think I look fat. I just feel fat, if that makes a difference. Oh my god, this is like $1 million pizza I'm buying right now. I mean, I guess this costs just as much as going out to a restaurant, but sorry, we're unable to process your payment. What do you mean? I have money. Fine, pay with a card. Oh, hold on. Enter my card here. I'm buying pizza. Everybody who's coming in right now, I'm getting myself pizza. I'm typing in my card information right now. Placing. Does the order go through? $1 million pizza. Why is pizza so fucking expensive? Like, why? Okay, it's ordering. Okay, so pizza's on the way. Pizza is on the way. I need to, like, fucking listen for it. Anyways. Oh, how is everyone? It's pizza. It's worth it. It is. I haven't ordered... I don't think I remember the last time I ordered pizza. It's actually been a long time, so I'm looking forward to this. I don't look fat. Oh, sent it. No, I don't need to feel better by comparing myself to other people. Thank you, though. That's really sweet. No, I don't think I look fat. I just feel fat, if that makes a difference. Everything seems to have gone up after lockdown. Yeah. Because, I mean, I got, like... What did I fucking order? Because I have my roommate who's eating, too. So I got, like, an extra large pizza and, like, a serving of, like, boneless chicken. And it ended up being, like, almost $50. I don't understand. This is a travesty. I guess I could have just picked up frozen pizzas at the store today, but, you know, I didn't because I was distracted. I have a story for you about my experience at the grocery store today. It was an absolute fucking travesty. So today, I went to the grocery store to get some things. And as I was walking into the grocery store, there was a delivery man setting up a display just outside the grocery store of, like, watermelons, like melons. You know how they display, like, pumpkins outside of a grocery store? It's on, like, wooden pallets and, like, in a big thing of cardboard. Like, it was like one of those, only for, like, watermelons. So I'm walking directly into the store, and as I just cross the threshold of the door, I step on something super fucking sharp. And so I'm like, ow. And mind you, I'm in sandals, like the rubber slip-on sandals. So, and I look down, and there's a 2x4, you know, like a 2-inch, you know, like wide and like long piece of wood, like a bar of wood with rusty nails sticking up out of it, like laying across the door, the entryway to go into the grocery store. So I step on it and it fucking hurts. And we're talking like, it didn't exactly pierce skin, but it was deep enough and it still like hurts. Like it was deep enough to where it's fucking sore. So I'm hopping up and down with one foot, like, ow, 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 fuck, ow, ow. And the delivery guy looks over at me and he's just kind of jovial about it. He's like, ha ha ha, oop, ha ha, whoops, I guess I got you, huh? And I'm just like feeling really irritated because it really, really was painful. So the guy, he stops laughing for a minute to come up to me. He's like, hey, let me take a look at that. And by that time, I'm so fucking irritated and surprised because I don't expect a fucking booby trap when I enter a grocery store. And so I tell him, I was just so angry. I'm just like, dude, get away from me. I'm already pissed. And I didn't mean it in a sense that I'm mad at him personally. I wasn't mad at him personally. I was just pissed because I stepped on a rusty fucking nail walking into the grocery store when I didn't expect it. And it fucking hurt. So, I tell him, I'm like, just get away from me. Like, I'm already pissed. He gets so defensive after that. So at that point, I'm walking into the grocery store. I'm just on the inside of the grocery store entrance. And the guy yells after me. He says, you should watch where you're walking. And I lost my shit. I tell you what, I have never in my life yelled to the top of my lungs at somebody in a public place like that. But after he's like, oh, you should watch where you're walking, I screamed, and I'm like, I don't walk into a grocery store and expect to step on a 2x4 with rusty fucking nails sticking up after it. Get your shit together. And then he parts off because obviously he realizes, like, the situation is bad. And then I walk into the grocery store, grab the rest of my things. And I'm still livid. Like, and I get home, and here's the problem. I'm not the type of person to escalate things and be a Karen, but I literally debated for a solid, 30, 45 minutes. I'm like, should I call and say something? Like, should I report this? Because having a 2x4 of rusty nails sticking up, and mind you, the 2x4 of rusty nails, it obviously fell off the wooden pallet that he was delivering the melons on. So, and he even tried to explain, like, oh, I didn't see it there. It's like, dude, it's your responsibility. It's like the principal. And I wasn't, like I said, I wasn't mad at him as a person. I was just mad I stepped on something. But when he told me I should watch where I'm walking, I'm like, oh, fucking no. Like, it's the absolute principle of the situation. So finally, after I got home, after about 45 minutes, I decided to call back to the grocery store and ask for the manager. And the manager was really nice. And I was cool with the manager. The manager didn't do anything. It's some delivery guy. It's not even with the grocery store. It's probably some other company. So anyways, I just explained to the manager what's going on. I'm like, this isn't cool. And the manager ended up taking down a report. And I might get somebody who calls me back today, maybe. If not, in the next few days, because they have to actually write a report about this. And there's still, like I said, it didn't exactly break skin, but I have, a pokey hole in the bottom of my foot, and it hurts really bad. So, I was just really angry today. I would have been fine. I was really pissed, obviously, but when he made the comment, hey, you should watch where you're walking, it's like, dude, who the fuck in their right mind expects to step on a fucking 2x4 with nails sticking up out of it? It's like, if it pierced skin, if it actually pierced my skin, I would have to go to the fucking emergency room and get a tetanus shot. So, yeah, that was my incident today. I was really angry I'm still angry about it. I'm just like, what the fuck? I'm mad at that guy's attitude. Because humans make mistakes. It's like he genuinely could have made a mistake. Leaving that there, had no idea. But it was just the principle of his attitude. Just like, yeah. And perhaps he was scared. He responded out of fear because he might have realized that he fucked up. and this could turn into a big case. But he shouldn't have said that. He really shouldn't have said that. So that was my day today. I'm just like, motherfucking, like, it was literally a 2x4 like this long with like nails sticking up out of it, like laying down in the threshold of the entryway. And I'm walking along. I'm not looking down. I'm looking ahead. And I'm wearing these rubbery ass sandals. And then the nail goes straight through it into my foot. Like, what the fuck? So I don't know what's going to happen with that guy. I don't know if he's going to get written up or anything, but I definitely did not appreciate the comment. You need to watch where you're walking. It's like, not when I walk into a grocery store. Who the hell walks into a grocery store and expects a Home Alone booby trap upon entry? Like, what the fuck is going on here? Cassidy says people who laugh and then ask if you're okay after the fact is like, yeah, see, that was the thing. He was like laughing about it like, oh, whoopsie daisy. And when he asked me to, like, he's like, here, can I see it? I was just like, no, get away from me. Like, go away. Leave me alone. Because I didn't want him to look at it, I guess, in the moment and be like, oh, it's fine. Because I would have been pissed then, too. Dude, I shouted so loud in the store. Holy shit, I've never done that in my entire life. Like, I was screaming at the top of my lungs. Like, I don't expect to fucking step on that when I walk into a... You better watch where you're going. Nobody expects that. Nobody expects to step on that. Nobody does that. Am I right? Am I the asshole? I feel like this is one of those scenarios. Am I the asshole for reporting the incident? Or is he the asshole for telling me that I should watch where I'm walking? Am I the asshole or is he the asshole? Should we do a poll? I think I want to do a poll. Yeah, I'm gonna... I'm making a big deal of this. I want to speak to your manager. By the way, the manager was really nice. The manager was just like, oh, yeah, this shouldn't happen. Like, you know, I'm gonna make... Like, so the manager actually made an official report. He's a pig farmer who should not be allowed to handle produce. Flower says, yep, I've lost my shit. Worse, probably, depending on the heat. My moment. I probably have gotten it up in his face, close up in his face, look him in the eyes, making him feel like the wrath of my ancestors. Dude, I don't think I've ever, like, I didn't even know I could project that loud. Melinda says, I was harassed by a guy in a grocery store one time, and he was about to touch me inappropriately, and I yelled at him saying, don't come near me, told the manager about it, and they took care of it. Yeah. Jesus, that's weird. Honestly, I think grocery stores should be considered sacred and holy, and nobody should fuck with anybody in a grocery store, because frankly, nobody actually wants to be at a grocery store, right? I don't know about you, but to me, it's like my least favorite activity. And I am super fucking strategic when I go into a grocery store. I know exactly what I want beforehand before I get there, and I have a strategy to grab all my items as efficiently as possible and get the fuck out. It doesn't help that where I live is mostly a retirement age community, like a retirement age demographic. And God bless the old people, but they refuse to go to self checkout for their one birthday card for the grandchild and a pack of fucking like Reese's Pieces. I swear to God, the amount of times I've had to waste time standing in line at a checkout because old people refuse to go to self checkout with their two items. Meanwhile, I'm actually getting shit and I have to wait for them. I'm sorry. I'm very prejudiced when it comes to that. And if you're still paying for groceries with a motherfucking goddamn handwritten check, you need to just kindly step into the hole. I'm sorry. If I'm waiting in line for you to write a check for your motherfucking groceries, it's time for you to go. It's time for the home. Sorry. You need to go. Who the fuck writes checks for groceries anymore? Who? Who? Who, I tell you? Insane people, that's who. Anyways, so that was my day. Okay, poll says 100% no, I am not the asshole. Thank you. I'm gonna end the poll. Flower Dragon says, wait, I'm 70, I go to self-checkout with a bunch of stuff and pay with cards. Well, you're one of the good ones. Some of the entitled, like, retired people around here, they're like, I'm not going to use self-checkout. It's not my job. You must do everything for me and even pepper my ass with baby powder. Like, everything short of wiping their own ass. That's one thing I don't understand the principle of, is people getting angry about self-checkout. I think self-checkout is one of the most beautiful things on God's green earth. Like, you can go and check out your shit, and you don't have to talk to anybody. You don't. You don't have to say a goddamn thing. You just check your shit out, put it in a bag, and leave. Sounds good to me. I don't know why people are getting so uppity about, like, it's not my job. You must bag my items for me in alphabetical order. Did I just go on a rant? I just went on a rant. Anyway, so, thank you so much for joining me today. My name is Jan Daemon. Daemon. And today we're going to be talking about 3 things. We're going to brush up on Mike Lindell having the most crazy presentation about creating technology to prevent election fraud. This is going to be fun. And secondly, we're going to briefly touch base on the fires in Hawaii and how one YouTuber thinks that they're caused by Chinese lasers. And then, of course, I just want to catch up with the Trump indictment a little bit. Also, did you know that a hurricane is about to hit California? 'Cause it is. Did you know that there hasn't been a hurricane in California for over 80 years? I didn't. I didn't think we could have hurricanes here. But apparently it's happening this weekend, so we're going to cover that too. Hopefully I'll be okay. Pretty sure I'm going to be okay, actually. I might have some odd weather, but definitely out of the pathway. Whoa, a hurricane? Yes, a hurricane here in California. It doesn't happen. What does that sound like, children? Oh, that's right, global warming. Where's my pizza? quality check. Who's checking my pizza? It doesn't say. It usually gives a name. Alright, so my pizza is in quality check mode. And they are ensuring maximum deliciousness. How do they do that? How do they ensure maximum deliciousness? How does that happen with pizza? Do they have a device? Is it like a thermometer they stick in the pizza and it's like, maximum deliciousness? Oh, I'll be fine. It's just going to be a little weird weather. I have to keep one ear free so I can hear the door for the pizza. So anyways, it's good to see all of you. Hey. Who do we got? Nozalina. Marie. We got Marie. Flower Dragon. We got Melinda Mayhem. Hello. It's a relative term. Maximally delicious to someone somewhere. I mean, it's Domino's pizza. It's not exactly like the king of pizzas, but I'll eat it. It's not the best, but I'll eat it. And it's the closest pizza place, so whatever. Seriously, though, I can't believe I walked into the grocery store today and stepped on a fucking rusty nail. That was just like, holy motherfucking shit. So, my friends, should we get started on our topics today? What do you think? Let's do it. So, Mike Lindell, I don't know if you know him. He is like an extreme Trump supporter, sort of QAnon conspiracy dude. Mike Lindell is the My Pillow guy. I don't know if you've heard of that. It's the guy who made the certain brand of pillows. Oh, do we get a commercial? I hope this doesn't get claimed. Oh my god.
Looks like you.
Ah! Ah! If I opened up my bathroom cupboard and I saw Mike Lindell on the other side, I would scream bloody murder. Already I am frightened. Ah!
Looks like you've been.
Look at this with a smile on his face. God, just. Don't let their jingle play too much. I'm gonna try not to.
Looks like you've been sleeping well.
Good morning, America. I'm Vanessa Broussard here, live in
Wait,
Springfield, Missouri.
Hey,
So good to see you here with us. We are here this week for
the hell is this
Mike
thing?
Lindell's Election Summit. So it's a two-day.
No, we're not playing that. Hold on.
And you're looking good.
Still feeling good.
Well, just when you thought it couldn't get any better, we've got the best pillow ever, My Pillow 2.0.
Oh! My Pillow 2.0.
Wow, it's so soft and smooth.
It's cool to the touch. How did you do that?
Well, we took MyPillow's patented fill and combined it with this new technology that we didn't have back then when I invented MyPillow to bring you the best pillow in history, MyPillow 2.0. Just
Mark says, "Well, I'm here. Mike, will you brush my teeth for me? Seriously."
like all of you, I never imagined that MyPillow could get any better. That's why I haven't changed it in nearly
Mike Lindell is gonna tuck you in, whisper sweet nothings in your ear, check the monsters under the bed, and vapor rub on your chest. How would you all like to be tucked in by Mike Lindell at night? And bring down democracy, yes. Melinda said, I would rather die. I'd rather die, thanks. What can't he do? I don't know. Tell the truth?
20 years. Then I heard about a revolutionary new technology, and I knew I had to bring it to you all. MyPillow 2.0 is truly the next generation of MyPillow.
The MyPillow
Great. Wow. Sensational.
2.0 is cooler and softer than the last MyPillow. It is so comfortable to sleep on at night. I look forward to going to bed, and I wake up well rested in the morning.
Is this how like extreme right-wing people sleep at night, knowing that they support terrible things? Is this how they do it? Is this a secret? You want to sleep well at night, knowing that you support warped ideologies? Get MyPillow. MyPillow is so comfy, you'll never have to feel guilty about all the corrupt shit you believe in ever again.
Sleep is all about temperature and height. MyPillow 2.0's patented adjustable fill is going to give you the exact individual support you need from your head to your bed. And now here's where it gets even better. We've all experienced those temperature-related sleep interruptions where you get too hot, you toss and turn, you flip your pillow over to
It's true. I do not like a hot pillow.
the cool side. Well, all that's gone with my brand new MyPillow 2.0 cooling fabric that's made with temperature-regulating thread.
The best sleep just got even better. Whether you have a MyPillow or not, you need to get the brand new MyPillow 2.0. Call or go to MyPillow.com now. Use your promo code, and for a limited...
Why is this like 1990s like looking infomercial style?
time when you buy one, you'll get a second one absolutely free.
You're sleeping even better.
And cooler, too.
And you're looking good.
Feeling good.
I knew you would.
Visit mypillow.com.
mypillow.com. Where's my pizza? It's still ensuring maximum deliciousness. I don't know what's going on here. Mark says, I can't wait till he springs back from bankruptcy and regains his fortunes with my dildo. I don't know if you know, but Mike Lindell recently went bankrupt and he's selling all sorts of shit. Let's see. Yeah, so he's on KBid, online auctions, and he's selling literally everything he can. So you can get a vehicle, you can get a forklift. A screw air compressor. Some automatic what? What is this? Automatic... It doesn't even say. I don't even know what that is. So pretty much Mike Lindell is selling all this shit. Oh, for the price of only $8,000, you can get a shit fuck ton of flat boxes. Lock closed, lock closed. All these sewing machines gone. All of his pillow making equipment going. All of this is on bid. Oh no. Super sacks. What the fuck are those? Office desk for $7? Office table, 42 inches for $5. For the price of $5, you can get Mike Lindell's leftover office desk. Desk, chairs, shelves, lamp, and dude, this guy is selling everything short of the extra toilet paper out of the bathroom. This is amazing. Divider panels for offices. A wood cart. Is he selling his pillow? Well, apparently not. Yeah, where's all the pillows for sale? A bench for 41 bucks? Dude, you could get that cheaper at a fucking Home Depot. Trenway stacking chairs, 120. $5 for these office chairs. Wow. Great. Mike Lindell is doing so well for himself in this bid of office supplies. Look, this one doesn't even have a bid on it yet. Look at these gorgeous chairs. You can own these one-of-a-kind chairs for literally, you can place a bid for $5. There's no current bid on them. Nobody wants stacking chairs. It's all about folding chairs now. That's funny, Elise. Hello, Elise. Is he selling his office chair? You get it for Morg. Yeah, I'm gonna get Morgan a new chair for Mike Lindell. It's gonna be great. So anyways, Mike Lindell is like this big conspiracy theorist type of person, like QAnon type of thing. And way into the idea that the election was stolen from Trump, which it's not, obviously. But he's still really into that. So Mike Lindell put on this big sort of conference that was live streamed, where he apparently has this amazingly developed technology that's going to prevent election fraud via a drone that picks up on cell phone signals and determines if they're connected to the internet or not. This is probably the most far out fucking idea I've ever heard of at all, and it's got a lot of premise to it that I think screams hackers. Like, the ability for hackers to use this technology and hack into people's phones and shit, so we're in this for the long haul, honeys. Where is my pizza? I guess it is Friday. They're probably busy. So we're going to start watching this live conference. Now, obviously, as you can see here, this video is 12 hours long. Obviously, we're not going to watch the entire 12 hours of this live stream, but we're definitely going to watch enough of it to be entertained.
Event, we'll be covering it from
Election Summit, the plan to secure our elections. I want my pizza now, pizza now, pizza now. I want my pizza now, I want my pizza now.
Good morning, America. I'm Vanessa Broussard here, live in Springfield, Missouri. So good to see you here with us. We are here this week for Mike Lindell's Election Summit. So it's a 2-day event. We'll be covering it from the time it starts until the time it finishes, about 12 hours a day here in Springfield at the Expo Center. And people are starting to pack in. They're coming in to hear what Mike Lindell has to say about the 2020 election and his plans moving forward. Before we start our coverage today, I do want to offer some prayers to the people of Hawaii. The pictures coming in from there, the videos are definitely heartbreaking, and it's
Prayers for Hawaii isn't gonna work, lady. What's praying for Hawaii gonna do? If you don't know, Hawaii has experienced a massive fire recently. And we're going to get into that later, so put that on the back burner, because there is a lot of conspiracy theories surrounding the fire in Hawaii. A lot of people genuinely believing it's caused by, like, Chinese space lasers and shit like that.
tough to see the people struggling there and losing their livelihoods, their homes, their businesses, everything they worked for, just in ruin. So our prayers go out to all of the people in Hawaii. Right now, there's about 101 confirmed deaths and over 1,300 people unaccounted for. So again, we are thinking about all of you and praying for all of you there in Hawaii. Back to the summit now. There are a lot of people here coming in. There's a lot of speakers. The lineup is amazing. We'll go over some of the speakers here in just a moment. Mike Lindell, as you know, he's been a big advocate for election integrity since the 2020 election.
Yeah, Mike is really a big advocate for election integrity. Let me tell you how much he cares about the integrity of the election.
He says today, I talked
much.
to him just moments ago, he said today he is offering hope for America, and he says tomorrow he'll be unveiling his plans for the 2024 election. So stick with RSBN today and tomorrow. The event starts at 9 a.m. Central. It'll end around 9 p.m. at night Central, both nights. So it's a long summit, but Mike Lindell promises it's very informative and definitely a summit that everyone needs to watch. On his website, he told me just moments ago, he wants you to know that he is offering this summit all over the world, live streaming in 85 different languages. So be sure to stick with him and RSBN as we cover this event. Of course, we could not be here today without one of our sponsors, and that is Birch Gold. As you know, the economy is tough right now. People are struggling. They're stressing out about their 401ks, their IRAs, their retirement funds. Well, you don't have to.
The last thing on my mind right now is a 401k. I mean, I live paycheck to paycheck. Like, come on, don't. It's pretty fucking privileged to worry about even that, trust me. Flower says, why would people even care about Mike Lindell's anything? Because the people that support Mike Lindell and Trump and stuff like that are fucking psycho. They're psycho. They're brain broken. Like, their brains are broken.
stress out no more. Birch Gold is the place to maybe invest. Come up with a plan to invest some of your savings. All you have to do is text the word Trump to 989898. Again, that's
Just text the word Trump to 9898. It's beautiful. She looks way too proud of herself right now. Look at her. She's got like that shit-eating grin on her face. She's got like...
Trump to 989898. I know just here in a couple of weeks we are speeding through August right now. It's August 16th, and just in a couple of days, let's see if I can find what day for sure that is.
You don't know your dates, lady?
That would be August 22nd. So just in a couple of days, Birch Gold is saying that BRICS nations, that's Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, they're expected to announce the launch of a new international super currency, fully backed by gold or other commodities. They say this is a part of a long-term plan to supplant the U.S. and the dollar as cornerstones of the global financial system. So this is how you can protect your IRAs, your 401ks, and that's by investing in gold. Contact Birch Gold today. Again, text the word Trump 989898. A representative from Birch Gold will contact you and come up with a plan that personally fits your needs. Going over some of the speakers for this week, the list is long. We have tons of speakers, probably close to 24 speakers. One of those I'm excited to see is Lou Dobbs. As you know, Lou Dobbs was known for being on Fox News. He was actually let go in February of 2021. He argued in a case brought against him about First Amendment rights, and that case has since settled. It has been undisclosed what the settlement was, but he was released by Fox News in February of 2021, and he'll be speaking here at the summit this week as well. Rudy Giuliani will be a guest speaker. He'll be here, part of a panel. Longtime ally to President Trump. He was actually named in the recent indictment coming out this week from Georgia. As you know, President Trump was indicted again in Georgia along with about 19 other people. And Rudy Giuliani was named in that indictment. I do want to read you what Rudy Giuliani has said. This is him on Truth Social. Quote, "This indictment does permanent damage and harm to our justice system." He says, quote, "It's just the next chapter in a book of lies with the purpose of framing Donald Trump." So he'll be speaking here today.
There's no framing of Donald Trump. The amount of denial that people are in right now. Donald Trump is not being framed. He did shit he wasn't supposed to, and now he's being held accountable. But my lord, is this ever a witch hunt, apparently.
About the 2020 election and also about the 2024 election as well. Very interested to see what he has to say, especially since he was just named this week in that Georgia indictment. General Flynn will be here as well. Steve Bannon is here. Just saw him moments ago. Always a crowd favorite. He will be here speaking. The people here are lined up, actually right now taking photos with him. The crowd loves Steve Bannon.
I wanna ask how this lady sleeps well at night. But apparently it's with my pillow.
And Kurt Olson will be here. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton will also be here, currently in his third term as Attorney General in the Great.
What happened? What happened? It won't play. What happened? What happened? What doing? Oh, it's on the actual video.
till just now.
It was on the actual video!
And his team.
I thought it was my connection. No, it's actually their live stream. I fucked up. Oh, yeah. Funny, Katrina, but let's not use that language. YouTube doesn't like that sort of language.
Wanting to know why now, and so that's the question they're asking, and then claiming election interference. Now, we are months away from the primaries. As you know, the Iowa caucus is the first up. That's on January 15th. And that's another thing the Trump campaign has been mentioning. We are just months away from the first caucus in Iowa. And so they believe that this is all having to do with election interference. So we'll keep an eye on everything going on with the latest indictments. I will tell you a programming note. President Trump has issued a statement saying that he will have a press conference coming up on Monday. Our Brian Glenn will be there in Bedminster to cover that event. So President Trump has said that he has some information he would like to release. So we will be there covering that. So stick with RSBN as we head into Monday. Now, the president and the others named in the indictment in Georgia have until next Friday to turn themselves in. So we will be watching that closely as well. So,
yeah, the indictment with Trump is seriously happening, okay? The third one now. And they have some time, too, where they have to turn themselves in. Now, we're not going to get the cathartic scene we want, where we see Trump behind bars and, like, in handcuffs. But this is a really serious deal. And okay, I'm going to try and hold this because we're going to be talking about the Trump update with, like, the indictment and stuff later. But it's a little interesting to me how he's still able to run for president right now. What are RICO laws? Exactly as Mark says, racketeering influence, corrupt organizations sort of thing. Juicy stuff today. Juicy stuff.
A lot going on with the indictments with President Trump. Again, 4 since March. Started in Manhattan, then to the Mar-a-Lago raid, then to D.C. with the January 6th incident and the 2020 election, and now Georgia with the 2020 election. Again, we'll keep an eye on that. If you're not following us, please do so on.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
rsbnetwork.com. You can sign up for our newsletter and we'll send you all the information there as events unfold, and make sure you're following us on all social media as well. We're about 15 to 16 minutes away from this program starting. Really excited to hear from Mike Lindell. He said earlier when I was speaking to him that he has a great speech that he wrote. He was excited to tell me that he wrote that speech.
Oh, he wrote it himself. He wrote his own speech. What a special fucking treat. Seriously, where's my pizza? I feel hangry. I need my pizza. I feel angry. I literally have not had a meal today at all. Hangry. Hungry and angry. Are you ever hungry and angry at the same time? You're angry because you're hungry. I know. Where's my pizza? I ordered it. It's been a good half hour. Come on now. Mark says she looks like she'd throw her own baby at a predator. No, actually, she looks like she is the present predator and she ate her babies for sustenance. like a rat. No, quokkas are cute. Okay, so there's this rumor where quokkas apparently throw their babies to like prey in order to escape. That's not true. It's not true. The area that quokkas live in, they actually don't have predators, like natural predators. That's why they're so chill, is because they have no concept of like predators at all. So that's not true. They don't actually toss their babies.
And so he will be probably kicking things off here in about 16 to 17 minutes. I do want to tell you about a great knife.
So, but you told me something about the otter. Otters are terrible. I'm just saying. Otters are terrible. Otters, people look at otters and they're like, oh, they're super cute and stuff like that. They're actually terrible animals. Like full-grown male otters will spot a baby, like an offspring of a female, and they'll kill it. Just to, like, assert their own seed and their own dominance. But they kill the babies in a very brutal way, including, it involves the R word, if you know what I mean. That's what they do to babies. You know what? Dolphins are terrible, too. Dolphins are fucking assholes. They are psychotic assholes. Dolphins really are. Like, they do all sorts of fucked up shit. Like purposefully biting the heads off fish so they can use it as a fleshlight, like, type of shit. Like, they're fucked up. Like, dolphins have gangs. They literally have, like, fuckboy gangs that they terrorize, like, the ocean with. It's nuts. Like, dolphins are not good. Like, fuck dolphins. Dolphins have no chill. They really don't. A flashlight? No, a fleshlight. A fleshlight in which you put a certain male appendage into as an aid in gratification. Dolphins do that. They will bite the head off a fish and, like, fuck it. Like, literally. Like, yeah. Like, they're terrible. Yeah, dolphins are dicks. Like, they're just gross assholes. Where's my pizza? It was 3:31 when they said they were checking it for maximum deliciousness. Do you have to check for maximum deliciousness for 45 minutes? Like, what's going on? Why? Where's my pizza? Text me my pizza. Where's my pizza? Was there an error found in the maximum deliciousness? It must have been subpar deliciousness because I'm still not. It's Friday and there's a lot of, like, out of towners, so I'm sure they're, like, super busy. I don't miss that. You know what? I'm perfectly fine with screaming at the delivery guy that left the 2x4 with rusty nails sticking out of it for me to step on. That pisses me off. When people are making my food, I don't fuck with them. I don't. It's just a rule of thumb with me. You don't fuck with people who make your food, okay? When other people are making your food, they are God at that moment, and you are at their mercy, okay? Do not fuck with people who make your food. If they're grumpy, you let it happen, okay? I don't care if they're grumpy or whatever, or they tell me to fuck myself. I will be like, yes, ma'am. If some woman at a McDonald's tells me to fuck off, wait a minute, I'm gonna be like, yes, ma'am. like, like you don't fuck with people who make your food, okay? You just don't. All right, they are the holiest of holy, like, service workers. Especially fast food people. Like, they get enough shit. Like, that's the last thing I do. I'm like, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am, yes, sir, no, sir. Like, thank you, sir. Like, I treat them with utmost... 3 minutes for the pizza! 3 minutes for the pizza. Oh, I can see the map. The car's moving. I have a pizza app, and the car is moving. I see it on the map. Oh, I see him. Oh, I see him. Pascal? Pascal has entered my neighborhood and will arrive shortly. Oh, God, Pascal. You are a god. May I suggest that the lady does not order the clam chowder? Stalking the pizza man instead of the UPS. It's like the same thing. It's like you can see the little thing move. 2 minutes. All right. Hold on. I'm going to wait for the pizza to get here because I'm fucking hungry. Jan is hungry. That deliciousness better be at maximum. Oh, he's getting closer. He's around the corner. This is the most exciting part of the live stream today. Is watching the pizza man. I want to show the map on screen, but I can't do that. Otherwise, it's gonna dox me. I don't need people to know exactly where I live. I really don't need that right now. It's getting closer. Ah! Pascal is pulling up now. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. I gotta go get my pizza. Pizza time. Okay, we got the pizza. We got the chicken. We got the... Yeah. Hello for Pascal. Oh, all right. I think I'm okay now. God, what is it? Ooh. Honey barbecue sauce? Hell yeah. All right, let's do this. We're going to watch the intro, and then we're going to, like... There's a lot of this we're going to have to skip. But we're still getting in the intro. We're tasting the vibe here.
That would look good under the Christmas tree. You may be saying, Vanessa, it's August. Why are you talking about Christmas? Because I start shopping very early for my Christmas presents. Look at this, a big Trump knife. If you believe in taking America back with President Donald Trump in 2024, then you need this massive statement-making fixed blade knife. How cool is that? Trump 2024 is laser etched on a stainless steel blade with a waving No,
I gotta go back and look at that. What the fuck? With Trump, you get a steak knife and a can of hair for 3 easy payments of $9.99.
You may be saying, Vanessa, it's August. Why are you talking about Christmas? Because I start shopping very early for my Christmas presents. Look at this, a big Trump knife.
A big Trump knife.
If you believe in taking America back with President Donald Trump in 2024.
Yes! There's so much of me that ironically wants this stuff. The biggest 10-inch Trump knife, collector's edition. Can you imagine the fucking Ted Nugent Kid Rock motherfucker that needs a Trump knife? Can you imagine? The biggest 10-inch Trump knife. How is it the biggest 10-inch? That doesn't make any sense. If it's 10 inches, it's 10 inches. How do you have a biggest 10-inch knife? This is America. Yo, this is America right here. The biggest 10-inch Trump's knife. For what? Oh my god, it's a website! Hold on. What the fuck? You got to be kidding me. Is this real? This can't be real!
Then you need this
BigTrumpKnife.com. You got to be joking me. Holy shit! This is an actual thing! Trump 2040. What the... See, this should be grounds for, like, to imprison Trump already. It's like, what do you need these big Trump knives for? Another insurrection? Because it sounds like that's where you're going with that. We need to arm all of our Trumpers. God, this pizza's good. This pizza's hitting so hard right now. 10-inch knife with 6-inch stainless steel blade, each with Trump's iconic slogan, "Take America Back." America flag, packwood handle, black nylon belt carry sheath included. You can wear it on your belt. This is maximum deliciousness. It really is, though. Like, they really assured that. Hi, Susan. I'm shopping for your I'm shopping for your Christmas present right here. I'm gonna get you the biggest 10-inch Trump knife, so you can take America back. This is a present. I'm getting you this, Susan. I'm shopping for you. Let's go. Hashtag let's go, Brandon. Trump 2024. Who made this? Who made this? If you believe in taking America back with President Donald Trump 2024, then you need this massive statement making fixable blade knife. Trump 2024 is the laser etched on stainless steel blade with a waving American flag and a stainless steel half guard that keeps your fingers from slipping. The patriotic handle scales are crafted of a blue backwood panel and has Take Back America in white, surrounded by white stars and red and white striped acrylic panel. The fixed blade knife comes with a belt sheath for easy carry. The features of the biggest Trump knife. The largest Trump knife is cut from 40-20 grade stainless steel and hand ground and sharpened by expert bladesmith to deliver the perfect combination of style, function, and patriotic pride. The massive Trump 2024 knife lets folks know where you stand with no questions asked. Oh, I have many questions. I have many questions. 6-inch razor sharp blade, the sharpest 6-inch 3CR13 stainless steel blade with a laser edge Trump 2024 and extends from stainless steel guard. Has a red and white blue backwood and acrylic handle designed to look like the American flag with Take Back America. Take America back. This is amazing. I'm loving this. This is really, like, this is AmeriCorps. This is, like, America, yo. I love how Donald Trump is in the middle of an indictment for January 6th of the insurrection and inciting violence. And here is this official big Trump knife that's made to make a statement. Like, you think maybe this product is a little bit of bad timing now? America. Well, what are these competitors? Oh, no. I love this comparing. They just found random competitors. Who are these competitors? We don't even know. Like, you just randomly found some knives off Amazon, took the stock footage, and placed them on there as quote-unquote competitors. There's no competitors for the Trump knife. Nobody's competing for that market. Nobody. Literally nobody is competing for the market of Trump knives. Designed in US of A, no other knife quite like Trump knife. 10 inches overall length. You got it. No other knife on the planet is 10 inches. There is no such thing as a 10-inch knife. Only the Trump knife is 10 inches. 6.3 blade length. Nobody else has that. Maybe the competitor. American flag handle. Nobody's got that but America, bitch. Black nylon sheath. This is where I have a gorgeous image in my head of some bumfuck with a fucking Trump knife sheath on their belt. It's huge. It's huge. Oh my god. This is ridiculous. Alright, let's get back. Hold on, I'll be right back. I need more napkins. I got pizza crumbs in my seat. I'm sitting on top of pizza crumbs here. Oh my fuck. I'm so happy I have pizza now. I feel so much less grumpy. So much less grumpy. I'm just soaking all this ambience in of the Trump knife and the Mike Lindell live stream special. It's so saturated with everything that's wrong with this world right now. I'm just like, I'm having a hard time taking it all in. I'm gonna put my hair back. I didn't really get dressed. I just kind of like showered and then like immediately hopped out of the shower. So I feel like underdressed, I guess. I don't care. My hair is really getting long in the back. Thank you. Yeah, I put it like in a huge ponytail back here. I did shave the sides recently. So Mark says, you can own illegally as a display item at home, but you're in violation if you mix it in public with that thing on your belt or in your boot. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's the best look when Trump is being nailed for a violent incitement and is simultaneously having the knives, which is directly, like, promoted as a statement piece. Your statement piece is the biggest 10-inch Trump knife. And you're in trouble for inciting violence? I don't think this works. Call me crazy. I don't think that's a good idea. But hey, what do I know? I'm just American. I'm just a Barbie girl in a Barbie world. Made of plastic. It's fantastic.
Massive statement making fixed blade knife. How cool is that?
It's
Trump
so
2024
cool.
is laser etched on a stainless steel blade with a waving American flag. And a stainless steel half guard keeps your fingers from slipping. The patriotic handle scales are
It keeps your fingers from slipping as you stab everybody who opposes President Lord Trump. Not President Trump. Lord Trump.
crafted of a blue panel that has "Take America Back" written on it. It's in white, surrounded by white stars and a red and white striped acrylic panel. The fixed blade knife comes with a belt sheath for easy carry. BigTrumpKnife.com is the website to go to. Again, that's BigTrumpKnife.com.
BigTrumpKnife.com.
And be sure to know your state and local regulations on knives before purchasing. Again, make sure you know your state's regulations, your local regulations on knives before purchasing. BigTrumpKnife.com. Pretty cool. All right, in other news, taking a look at other news going on right now, Representative Matt Gaetz from Florida has introduced
Matt Gaetz, my favorite. Said no one ever.
a bill recently, the National Prayer in School Act. I really like this one.
The National Prayer in School Act. Oh my God. This whole thing is just... Do they know how silly they sound? Do they know how silly they sound? We are not going to get through this fast enough. I'm gonna tell you right now, here and now, we might get stuck on this topic. We might get stuck on this one, honeys. We might have to do a part 2. I think I'm a little eccentric with this. It's so silly though.
Unlocking religious freedom in every classroom. That is the National Prayer in School Act. Now, I am seeing news headlines across the country that more schools and more states are instituting prayer coming back to school, which in my opinion is great to see. And so, Representative Matt Gaetz, we will be following that.
What's the point of prayer in school? Like, what are they trying to get at there? Really? The put prayer back in school act? Prayer back in school act. Is it this? This bill prohibits the Department of Education from providing funding or public schools that restrict voluntary school prayer. That doesn't work. Let me tell you why that doesn't work. I think the obvious one is separation of church and state. I grew up in a public school system that provided church lessons because I grew up in Salt Lake City, Utah, which is like a predominantly like Mormon-run state. And in public schools, you have a little tiny, it's almost like a mini church that's near the school grounds, but I think the real estate technicalities is it's not technically school grounds, but it's always like right there. And I would have to, in high school, go to what is called seminary. And you go to seminary, which is Mormon-based religious teachings, that you attend your seminary class before school. And it was always at fucking like 6 in the goddamn morning. Like, you went to this class before school started. And it was stupid. It was absolutely stupid. So when I think about, like, protect school prayer, I'm thinking about I'm thinking about the kids that are forced to pray. Because they make it sound like the majority of students, like, oh, nobody wants to pray and we got to protect the students that do want to pray. That's not what's happening here. What's happening is indoctrination. What's happening is that these kids are being told to pray, and they do it because they have no choice. Because an authoritative figure, told them that it's prayer time, and they have no choice. It's the same thing with pledging to the flag. Saying the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. That's something you do every morning before you start school. I remember having a homeroom teacher that was so anal about the Pledge of Allegiance. Like, technically, legally, you're allowed to remain seated and be quiet during the Pledge of Allegiance if you don't want to do that. I was somebody who did not want to pledge to the flag. I didn't give a shit. I had a particular homeroom teacher that was so irate if you stood down. She would make a spectacle out of you in the middle of class, accuse you of not being patriotic and being against the country, and send you to the principal's office. Meanwhile, you're trying to argue, hey, it's an option if I stand up and say this or not. She wouldn't hear it. So that's the kind of situations I think of like kids praying in school. I'm thinking about the kids who don't want to, and they're going to get that one teacher who's like, fold your arms and bow your head and say the prayer and be quiet. It's like, this doesn't sound good to me at all. It just does not set with me well. Kim says we had to say prayers in the pledge, and it was not optional as it was in private Catholic school. Yeah, see? That's where I think it's a nice way to get a foot in the door and force kids to do what they don't want to do. Glad you never had to do that in Norway. Yeah, I'm glad too. America is really psycho when it comes to religion put into things.
Bill to see the outcome of that. Marjorie Taylor Greene out of Georgia, representative there, the Protect Children's Innocence Act. I really like this one as well. Now, this bill would charge a person who performs gender affirming care on.
Nope! 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 Did you hear that? Did you hear this gender affirming care nonsense?
Representative Matt Gaetz, we will be following that bill to see the outcome of that. Marjorie Taylor Greene out of Georgia, representative there, the Protect Children's Innocence Act. I really
Protect Children's Innocence Act.
like this one as well. Now, this bill would charge a person who performs gender affirming care on a minor. They will face charges, and the felony charge could be 10 to 25 years in prison.
20 to 25 years in prison for giving a child the care that they need. I love how she says this like nonchalantly, like it's not a big deal. I'm genuinely disturbed that they're just throwing this on the table like, oh yeah, just stop kids from gender affirming healthcare. Like, it's almost like they say that without even knowing what the fuck gender affirming healthcare is. Like, they literally have no fucking clue. This is the cesspool of right-wing extremism.
If convicted, and it also protects taxpayer dollars from being used on these acts. So those are two bills introduced to Congress recently. One, again, Representative Matt Gaetz introducing just this week, I believe, the National Prayer in School Act, and then Marjorie Taylor Greene introducing the Protect Children's Innocent Act.
Great. So basically, with these two bills of mine, they want to keep kids straight and hetero, cis, and they want to make sure they pray. And we're not living in a Christian nationalist terror. How? We're not living in a Christian nationalist nightmare. How? The two first bills she talks about right here, one to put prayer back in schools, two to prevent children from getting health care that they need. Trigger train. I know, we're on the trigger train. Choo choo. Choo choo, all aboard the toxic gossip train.
We did talk about Hawaii and what's going on there. A lot of speculation going on the internet about what really happened in Hawaii, but know the facts before you share some of these posts, because we really don't know yet. Officials haven't said officially what has caused these fires in Hawaii. They do believe dry conditions, high force winds help that spread. Again, that's coming from officials, and we'll see the outcome of what the cause is here, hopefully.
In a nutshell, the reason Hawaii is on fire is because of one, global warming, and two, colonialization that inherently destroyed the natural land.
In the coming days, but like I said earlier, our hearts and prayers are with the people in Hawaii living on the Gulf Coast. I know all too well, unfortunately, what it's like to live through natural disasters. I actually have been through some hurricanes where I've lost it all, so it's tough, but again, just pray and hope for the best in the days to come, weeks to come. It's not an overnight fix, but you can always rebuild. So hopefully the people there in Hawaii who are watching now know that we are thinking about you, we're praying for you, and we hope.
This lady sucks farts for a living, I swear. Hold on, I'll be right back. I need more pizza. The toxic gossip train. Everyone should have pizza. Immediately. Pizza, vegan pizza, it doesn't matter. Order some pizza.
Hope that sooner than later you'll get back on your feet, which we believe that you will. Also in the news, Biden, he has asked Congress for another $40 billion to send to Ukraine. $40 billion more is what he's wanting to send to Ukraine. So let's see what happens there, as he just asked Congress for that just recently. So that's some of your top headlines going on in politics. Taking a look behind me, not much going on just yet. People are coming in, starting to file in. They're having to go through tough security. Mike Lindell has this place very secure at the Springfield Expo Center in downtown. Beautiful place. The people here in Missouri have been gracious to us and very kind to us, wonderful hospitality, and we have met people from all over the country who have converged here in Springfield, Missouri for this event. We're listening to the speaker just now. Okay, they are letting people know that the program will begin shortly. So
Thanks,
we will
Flower.
be hearing from some of those speakers we talked to you about earlier. Mike Lindell, Lou Dobbs, Steve Bannon's here, running around somewhere, greeting people. He can't go 2 feet without someone stopping and wanting to take a selfie with him. So he's definitely a fan favorite. Mike Lindell as well. People love Mike. So they will be starting in about 13 minutes. I'm going to just let you show real quick behind me, as people start coming in and taking their seats. As you just heard, the announcer came on and said, please find your seat so we can begin this program. Better future for our kids. Hope for a better America for ourselves as well. You know, I know a lot of you are struggling right now with the economy. I saw a video last night of a woman just breaking down crying because she can't afford to make ends meet. She was actually sitting in her car crying, talking about she has a full-time job. She talked about how much money she makes per hour, which seemed like a average amount. And she's struggling. And she's just one of the many people in our country who are struggling right now. It's hard to go to the grocery store.
Since when did you care about people struggling in the country, lady? This is the weirdest, like, intro from this lady. She's just kind of, like, going down a list of, like, political, like, points, and I don't know, it's just kind of weird. It's almost like a check-in, like, I'm just gonna check and make sure we're all on the same page, right? Like, we're all bigoted freaks, right?
It's hard to go to the gas station and put gas in your car. It's hard to put your children in extracurricular activities. I saw another woman, she's a single mother, post on social media that she was able to enroll one of her sons in football, but she could not afford to send the other one and put him in football. So social media came through, and even strangers helped her out by donating so she could put her second child in sports. But how tough would that be for a mother to say, I can put one child in sports, but I can't put the other child in sports? We're just going to have to wait it out.
You don't think that's a symptom of a bigger problem? No, okay, of course not, because I'm sure these people think that it's just Biden's fault.
Until another payday. But thankfully for the good Americans out there, they see posts like this and they definitely help these people out who are struggling. But again, hope is the message here today. Don't lose hope. We're sticking it out together, and we're continuing to fight together. And that won't change. We just have to band together and get through the next year and a half. And hopefully we'll have a change here in America. 3 minutes out from the start of the Election Crime Bureau Summit that Mike Lindell, CEO of MyPillow, is putting on. We want to thank our sponsors for allowing us to be here. Use an RSBN code on Mike Lindell's MyPillow
Protect your retirement from DC's politics. Get a free info kit on gold IRAs. That sounds like such an old people scam. Like, straight up.
Website. You can also go to Birch Gold. Text the word Trump to 989898. So easy to do. A representative will call you
Hey, how's it going, Andy?
and come up with a plan just for you, how to invest your money. And it doesn't have to be a lot, and it doesn't have to be everything you have. Talk to the representative and tell them about what your goals are, and they'll definitely come up with a plan specifically for you. And you can also use the code RSBN as well. RSBN. BigTrumpKnife.com. I love this one. The biggest Trump knife for American patriots. Now, before
This
you
again.
purchase, know your state and local regulations on.
By the dawn's early light,
Oh, jeez.
what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched
The
were
eagle.
so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs that star-spangled banner yet wave.
Our nation, technology has been activated that attacks our Constitution with a capacity
Wait,
of the
what?
United States. Today, I address you not only as a citizen of the United States, but as an American, standing for all humanity. We are faced with the gravest of challenges. For the first time in the history of our nation, technology has been activated that attacks our Constitution with
Oh,
the
no.
capacity to destroy our future.
Oh, no.
Absolute proof of the biggest cyber attack in history. It's a takeover of our country.
We must remove voting machines and any electronic devices from all elections forever. All of you praying with us need to know we have the tools and evidence to prevent catastrophic results, and we can secure our freedom. Everything that can be done to prevent this disaster is being called
No machines, no phones, no nothing.
into service. The human drive for excellence, knowledge. Every step of the ladder of experience has been taken to expose the truth.
Let's take their country. How are we going to do it? Let's use it with computers so we don't even have to fire a shot.
Data experts have worked countless hours to bring forth the truth to the American people. This is a war on national security.
Oh, no.
This is a war between good and evil. This is a war that will affect what our country becomes.
Wow, that's very brainwashing. Literally telling your audience this boils down to good and evil. Like, the country's future depends on this. The country's future depends on Mike Lindell and BigTrumpKnife.com. These are the world's smartest people. These are the world's hope.
I just want to know everyone out there, all the evil that's out there, we are never quitting till we get to the truth. Ever.
Through all the chaos that is our history, through all of the wrongs and discord, through all the pain and suffering, through all our times, there is one thing that has nourished and elevated our souls, and that is our faith in God and courage.
Oh, no.
We must be brave.
And I encourage you to use this time at home to get back in the Word, read our Bibles, and spend time with our families. We will get through this and get back to a place that's stronger and safer than ever.
Elections have consequences. These selections are transforming the spirit of our country. The focus of the entire nation must be on this event.
God gave me a platform for a voice for such a time as this.
We as a people must stand for the American dream. One nation under God. For liberty and justice for all.
This is so melodramatic. Like, this is too much. Like, you're not that special, Mike. You're not that special.
If the election of 2020 didn't happen, we would never, ever, ever have gotten to this great place we're going to get to. Trust me on that. Ever. This was all God's plan, and we are in the greatest revival for Jesus in history. God bless you all.
Because remember, kids, Jesus only cares about America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome host of the Election Summit, Mike Lindell.
It just, he just nonchalantly. Wow.
Thank you all. I want to thank each and every one of you for being here today. This historical election summit is so important that it's being broadcast around the world in 85 languages on frankspeech.com. This election summit.
It's not that big of a live stream. It really isn't. It's not that special. Like, he's acting like the whole world's watching, and they're really not. They're really not. This was live streamed like 2 days ago. We're not there yet, honeys.
It's not going to be about more evidence. We have enough evidence. Evidence has been the easy part. This summit is all about hope and the plan to secure our elections immediately. I want you to watch this video and see if you all remember this.
They're attacking his power grid.
No, this is the wrong one. This is the wrong one.
They don't even got the guy behind the fucking, like, they don't even have it right. And I swear, like, this kind of goes throughout the whole live stream. Like, it's just constantly having technical fuck-ups, like, here. Like, you're supposedly your most biggest fucking, like, event, and you don't even have things technologically panned out.
Hold on.
Hold on.
Well, that's coming. The Rose Garden speech. God gave us grace.
Even the camera. Even the camera. Look at this. We can't even focus. What the fuck?
That was it. God gave us grace on November 8, 2016 to change the course we were on. God had been taken out of our schools and lives. A nation had turned its back on God. And I encourage you to use this time at home to get back in the Word, read our Bibles, and spend time with our families. Our president gave us so much hope. We're just a few short...
Why is Trump, like, fucking sleeping while standing right now? That motherfucker is not paying attention, and nor does he give a shit what Mike Lindell is saying. He's literally just there to be there.
Months ago, we had the best economy, the lowest unemployment, and wages going up. It was amazing. With our great president, vice president, and this administration, and all the great people in this country praying daily, we will get through this and get back to a place that's stronger and safer than ever. Okay, everybody. That seems like a lifetime ago, doesn't it? In that speech, you heard me say that God has given us grace. Well, people come up to me all the time and they say, Mike, this doesn't feel like grace. But oh, we have been given grace. We're living in the best time in history to be alive.
Oh,
And I want to
no.
take you back to December of 2019. Remember that consumer confidence was at its highest in history. We had the best economy ever.
That saying has got to be like a strategy. Him just immediately saying this is the best time in history. It reminds me when I went to like a fancy luncheon with, it was like a couple of years ago. I went to a pristine luncheon with like everybody who is everybody in my town. Like we're talking the mayor, like everybody, like all the business leaders, things like that. And the vice mayor made a speech and he was talking about, he went from, he was talking about the homelessness problem where I live. And he was literally like this. He's like, I know the homelessness is an issue. I know it's a problem. But this is the best time to be here in this city. This is the best time to be alive in this city. And I'm sitting there like, what the fuck are you talking about? Why the fuck would you immediately jump from homeless people to, hey, this is the best time ever to be here with all the homelessness? It made no fucking sense to me, and that's what triggered me to think about that. Hey, Moore, good to see you, my friend. Oh, thank you for the what are they called? Super chats. I'm like, live chat? No, super chats. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Good to see you, buddy. Okay, let's go back to Mike Lindell. If we can.
Unemployment, everybody's quality of life had improved, but people were not giving thanks to God. People usually don't thank God when things are going good. Well, then along came the China virus, and the globalists, the CC.
We are not still calling it the China virus, are we? Are you fucking kidding me? Who the fuck is calling it the China virus? Who the fuck is calling it that? Nobody's calling it that. Not even the Christian fascists are calling it that. Like, what the... Who is this for?
In the deep state and the uniparty, I'm going to refer to them today as the evil. Okay? The evil.
The evil.
From that point on, a stolen election and all these things we've been going through the last 3 years, our country being destroyed and the American dream being destroyed, people have lost hope. Well, I stayed in a town in California last fall for about a week. Gas was $7.80 a gallon. The town felt so depressed, and you could feel the hopelessness. Everyone in the town seemed to be between 25 and 35 years old, and they kept coming up to me wanting to talk, and not about my pillow. They wanted to talk about what was going on in our country. They were looking for answers because they were afraid. And I tried to give them hope. I explained to them that there is an evil that has invaded our country. A deep state, globalists, our election platforms are broke, but God has had his hand in all of this, and I would comfort them, telling them that things are looking bad, but God uses all things for good.
God uses all things for good, so God's allowing the election to be fucked up because I'm trying to follow the logic there. I know there's no logic to follow, but I'm trying to imagine a God that is all powerful, that allows things to fuck up like this, and then you're supposed to use that as leverage to make people believe that God's there protecting them? It doesn't make any sense to me. Does it make any sense to you? Am I missing something here? My allergies are bad today, so I apologize for blowing my nose a lot.
I'm going to tell you, from there I went down to Florida to bring my pillows and blankets to the hurricane victims. We went into a Hispanic trailer park. It was like a river, the gravel road with dikes on both sides of all their worldly possessions piled up. And it was just so sad as I'm going through there, and we had interpreters, and when we were talking, we were praying with them. And most of them, though, all they asked was, is there any hope? Some of them had come from countries that had been lost to the evil already, and they knew that they could replace these worldly possessions if we could save the American dream. But most importantly, many of the people in that town in California and those neighborhoods in Florida, they had recently found the Lord. All of these bad things happening are manifesting into the biggest revival for Jesus Christ the world has ever seen.
Wow. This is the pinnacle of Christian nationalism. This is a perfect blend of Christianity and politics. This is it. This is America. This is what people are voting for. This is what people believe in. Somehow God, out of the entire world, is mostly concerned with America. Doesn't that seem strange to you? Doesn't it seem weird to you that these kind of Americans like Mike Lindell think that this all-powerful, omnipotent God is only concerned with American politics, nothing else? Doesn't that seem weird to you? Does that sound like an actual thing that's happening, or does that sound too convenient for Mike Lindell and other Christian nationalists? These people are crazy, I'm telling you. They are crazy. They literally think America is the only thing in existence right now that matters. The only thing is just America. Just white American men.
As all of you know, I was a crack addict, and I have a book called What Are the Odds? From Crack Addict to CEO. Well, I would use mathematics to prove that God exists. I'd say, wow, that's a 1 in a million, or that's a 1 in a billion, or this is impossible.
Okay, so he's going to use mathematics to prove God exists right now. Let's hear it. I'm all ears.
Well, when do you combine them all and declare it a miracle? Well, what I'm saying is that, and you guys got to follow this, that all the bad things that have happened over the last few years are impossibilities. If you'd have said this 10 years ago, that all these things were happening, that you'd go, this is impossible. These things can't happen. This being blocked, and this judge is not looking at evidence. All these things that have happened. People come up to me all the time, and they say, you know, Mike, I've been praying, and my prayers aren't getting answered. The economy is in a disaster. I pray that Donald Trump would be back in office. And I say to them, these are reactionary prayers. When I'd be back in the day when I was in jail, I would say, God, please get me out of this, and I'll never do this again. Well, those are reactionary prayers, and it wasn't God's will, or it might not be God's will. Well, there's God's will. God's will is in His Word. And if we stay in the Word and read our Bibles, we can be proactive in prayer, everybody, and then everything lines up beautifully with God's will.
That made no fucking sense whatsoever. That was so much saying nothing. Like, nothing. He literally said nothing. Oh, you don't think your prayers are working? Well, keep praying. Like, what the fuck does that even mean, reactionary prayers? Isn't that all prayers are, is reactionary? I mean, I don't understand that. I don't understand that.
So let's talk about God's miracles that brought us here today. This speech is what brought us here today. Miracles brought us here today. And when I tell you these things, you're going to go, Mike, these don't sound like miracles. But, oh, they are miracles. And I'm going to tell you, you're going to see these miracles, and they're miracles. They look bad at the time, But if they didn't happen and things happened back then, we wouldn't be here today and we would have lost our country forever. And I'm going to go, one of the first miracles is that when all the evidence came out, they did not overturn the election. We all remember the morning of November 4th and that whole week's going by there and all this evidence. They never turned over overturned the election. But if they would have, we would have lost our country forever. You need to understand that part. The second miracle came on December 14th. I was out in front of the Supreme Court, and we were praying, and we were going, please, Supreme Court, look at the Texas-Pennsylvania case. Please hear it. Well, they wouldn't have none of it. But if they would have, we would have lost our country forever. Okay?
What the fuck is he talking about?
That was in the next miracle. You guys are really going to go, how is this a miracle? Okay? The next miracle was the 2 Senate runoffs in Georgia. I was down there with our great real president, Donald Trump, and I was at that rally on January 4th, so, campaigning for those 2 senators and campaigning hard because we had to have one, at least one, to hold the Senate. But then it hit me and I started praying. I said, please, please have the evil steal them both. Now, you don't blame me for that, okay? I'm going to explain. That was a powerful prayer back then, okay? And here's what would have happened. Let's pretend for a minute that I was their marketer. I was the evil's marketer. I would have said, give them back a Republican so they shut up about this election. Now, had they done that, maybe not you guys, maybe not me, but over 95% of the country, I believe, would have said, you know what, maybe there was election crime, maybe there wasn't, but we still have the Senate, and we'll get them back in 2022. We'll campaign harder. Well, let me tell you something. You couldn't campaign harder than our great president, Donald Trump. And you know what? We all remember. We all remember when they stole both those senators, where the sick feeling that came over you. And people said now they all wanted answers for the deviations and the impossibilities with.
How is Trump being indicted for this whole election fraud shit, and then this motherfucker's having a whole goddamn seminar on it? What is happening here? What is happening? This just goes to show you the amount of people that are still living very delusionally in this reality. In the reality that the election was lost, there's nothing you can do. You lost, you win nothing, go home, turn around, take your ball home. And people are still in denial. And they'll still be in denial through this whole fucking indictment process.
The election. If they would have given back a Republican, we would have lost our country forever. But evil is greedy. That's what we got a big advantage here, everybody. Evil is greedy. And they had a
talk about projection. This guy is literally talking into a mirror. Elise says, tired of the religious right trying to use or target Hispanics or indigenous people of this continent to prop up their religion and party while also being racist and treating them as disposable. I mean, it's sitting on a soapbox. It is sitting on a soapbox. Oh, I was in California. I spoke to the young people and they told me they were trying to pray. Bullshit. That's a lie. He obviously must have been in California at some point. That part is true. But I highly doubt he went for a walk around the main town and talked to people who were strictly between the ages of 25 to 35, like he said he did. And these people weren't asking him about his dumb pillows. They were asking about the world and telling him they're trying to pray hard and nothing's happening and how do they have hope. And it doesn't even make any sense. He didn't do that. That didn't happen. He's obviously just pulling that out of his ass and saying it for no reason. No reason other than to just paint a picture that feeds the narrative they're trying to portray.
Backup plan. January 6th, they said, let's steal it all. It's over. They even bragged about it in a New York Times article. But here comes that other miracle. And January 6th at approximately 1 p.m., Vice President Pence sent out a letter that he was not going to send the electors back no matter what to the states, no matter what evidence that was brought to him. Well, that's terrible what he did, but I'm here to, it's just kind of like Republican Doug Ducey of Arizona when he turned his electors for Biden, just as Rudy Giuliani was going through 11 hours of evidence on election fraud in Arizona. But I'm telling you, if Mike Pence sends it back to the states, we would have lost our country forever. Okay? Now comes two of the most important dates in history.
This is the biggest attempt to delude these people into thinking that there's still a chance and that the loss they experienced was meant to be done on purpose, and it's actually a good thing, and it's perpetuating them to the direction that they want to go. Obviously, everyone's just a sore loser. Obviously, this is made up and full of shit. But do you see how he carefully crafts the narrative to make it seem like these people, he's convincing these people they're the good ones, they're the righteous ones, they need to keep praying, and this isn't actually a loss, this is a blessing in disguise. Because according to Christian nationalists and many other people that believe in God like this, if God answers your prayers, it's a miracle. But if he doesn't, he's just simply working in mysterious ways. But the narrative is he's always doing something good, even if it means something bad. Now, they lost. They know that fair and square. So this is just like a sad thumb-sucking session of them trying to coddle themselves into thinking that there's still hope.
January 7th and 8th. On those days, 1.2 million Americans were silenced and deplatformed from social media platforms, Vimeo, YouTube. Our great real president got his Twitter gone. That was the day that they wanted to kill our voices forever. And I've used this analogy, and I'll use it again. When I was a kid, back in the day, we had black and white TVs. And we would turn them off, and they'd go to this really tiny little white dot. And just before the dot went out, you could turn it back on the TV, it would come back to life. Now think of that dot as our voice. You go back to January 7th and 8th. On those days, that dot got so small that you could hardly see it. We were about to be Nazi Germany, where nobody could speak out and nobody...
No, honeys. If anybody's bringing us to Nazi Germany, it's you. I love the victim mentality here. I just love it, really. I can't get enough of it. Just, give me some more.
He had a voice, and if you did speak out, you were hauled away, and everybody else cowered in fear. Sound like those 2 days back then? The people, some of you spoke out, some of you didn't. For me, I knew that back then. I called up my friends, and they didn't answer. I said, I know you're there. And I put up a post on Facebook, and I got 2 likes. I find out those were bots. And true. And everybody was afraid and said, I'm not going to associate with you, Mike, right now. But then a miracle happened, and that small little dot of light was our voice that did not go out. And John 1:5 in the Bible says, the light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. If we were completely silenced, we would have lost our country forever. But God gave us grace, and our voice keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Now, my life changed forever on January 9th, 2021.
I'll say it did.
I had done so much of my own research since November 4th of 2020.
Your own research from what? Your toilet? On your phone? Googling? Like, what research have you motherfucker been doing?
And every day I would go through deviations and anomalies. And I took calculus like in 9th grade, and I deal with numbers every single day in my business. Every one of my ads are tracked by promo code for sales. And if I see one that's too high or too low, depending on the ad's history, I look into it and I find out why. And I don't stop digging until I find out why. And
are you looking at your auction site and wondering why people aren't buying your shitty office chairs for $5 and no shipping? Just saying.
There's always an explanation. Well, one of the things that bothered me most in my own research of those 2 months of 2020 was that every state I checked on back then had thousands and thousands of non-residents that voted in another state. And I said, I'm thinking that this is unbelievable. I said, people are generally good people, and I couldn't imagine a cabal of people marching into another state saying, let's go vote for Biden and commit a crime. And I just...
Nobody did that. Nobody did that. Nobody went to the voting booth and said, let's vote for Joe Biden and commit a crime. Nobody did that.
It wasn't going to happen in my mind. I couldn't go there. On January 9th, I was presented with evidence that explained it all. It was done with computerized voting machines.
Oh, no.
This explained to me all the non-residents and the people that were deceased that were not eligible to vote. They had voted across our country, but it explained.
If I'm registered to vote here in my town, in my county, and I move to a different state, and I don't fucking change like my voting registration, from what I understand, I'm still voting in the registered place that I'm voting, right? Aren't I? I don't know. And also, you know how many people got caught being stuck in different states and different places during the pandemic where they didn't actually live? A lot. A lot of people got caught up in other places. They were able to travel back because of the lockdown, because of this, that, and the other with the pandemic. If you move to it, you have to re-register in your new location if you officially move. But, I mean, like I said, there were so many people stuck in other states and they were trying to get back, but couldn't because of lockdown. So, I don't know. I can't say any more on that because I just don't fucking know. But it doesn't make any sense to me. And I sure as hell know that whatever Mike Lindell is saying is full of shit. That's obvious.
To me, I'm going, well,
you either travel where you registered or you can't vote except for like a proper absentee ballot. Yeah.
people are still good, but somebody did this. Well, one of the best examples of that, and the timing last night or 2 days ago with the indictment, the fourth hoax indictment. But one of the best examples was the Georgia phone call that was leaked back then with Brad Rassenberger and our great real president, Donald Trump. As our president was reading off a list of deviations that couldn't make sense that they voted, thousands of non-residents that voted in Georgia, and he's reading this list. But you know what? Once again, there was so much more that we had to learn, and it was not God's will to overturn Georgia and others at that time. In other words, if Brad Rassenberger wasn't part of the evil, which we think he is, I do, we would have lost our country forever. Okay? It would have been too soon, everybody. Okay? I went to the White House on January 15th of 2021. You've all seen the famous pictures of me out there looking like some spy, right? And I had to get this evidence to our great real president, Donald Trump, and see if he could release the government gag order that was on the evidence I got and release it to the public. Well, I was directed to show it to his lawyers upstairs, and I ended up getting okay, we'll look at this and get back to you. I'm going, what? Well, I got a little loud, and I argued that it was a matter of national security, but to no avail. In defeat, I left the White House. I was driving over to Virginia going, God, what now? And about that time, Ben Carson, my great friend Ben Carson, called me, and he asked if I got it signed. I said no. I said they wouldn't let me go back in to see the president. Well, Ben sat there and he goes, Mike, he goes, you know what? God's probably got a different plan. And maybe a lot of things need to happen that we don't know about and for reasons that we don't understand.
I love that religious logic. I love the religious logic of like things aren't going to how we prayed for them to be. So that means it's still happening. It's just in ways we can't comprehend. Like, it's such a level of denial, like, you just don't see anywhere else. Like, you lost. But no. God's just working in mysterious ways. We're still winning. It just seems dark right now. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
And those words by Ben to me, it gave me great hope and courage, newfound courage. I'm going, wow, you're right. It's like a light bulb went on, you know. And then things started happening, as you know. Well, but the significant date was February 4th, 2021. Very significant. That was the day that Smartmatic sued Fox News. This started lawfare in our nation that hadn't been done since the late 1700s, according to Alan Dershowitz. From that point on, no one could talk about election news again. The big conservative media that we trusted, Fox News, Newsmax, Salem Media, they all went silent. It was comparable to weather channels having new orders not to report hurricanes or tornadoes.
Oh, whatever. Oh, shut up.
Can you imagine? That's where we're at today. But if lawfare, now listen to this closely, if lawfare didn't happen, people would have been informed of all the truths too early, and they would have demanded that our Constitution be followed. But if that would have happened back then, we would have lost our country forever. It would have been too soon. Things had to be revealed. We had to learn everything. We had to get to this day. But people understand that two things had to play themselves out. The evil...
I can't tell if I'm listening to something political or if I'm at church right now. Like, I literally can't tell the difference. That's what's so scary about Christian nationalism, is it's politics and religion blended so well together. You just can't tell where, like, one begins and one ends.
Uniparty, deep state, CCP, and globalists, and the machines in our elections had to be exposed. Now, you got a little prelude to this clip I want to show you. By April of 2021, I went on Jimmy Kimmel because I had to get the word out. And everyone said, don't go on, Mike, don't go on.
Because, you know, the way to get the word out is Jimmy Kimmel.
I said, you know what? We got all this other media, Fox News, Newsmax, Salem. I couldn't talk about it anywhere else. So I went on, and here's that clip.
They're attacking his power grid. Please welcome Mike Lindell.
Your producer asked me, they said, you know, Mike, would you have done it if it was reversed? Knowing what I have now, if they would have put Donald Trump back in on December 14th, and knowing what I had right now, I would still be sounding the alarm going, you guys, these machines, they were hacked, and we have to do something in our country.
I believe that you are sincere.
Well, here's what I want to say to that. I didn't get anything until January 9th, and this was something different. This was the machines. This was an attack through the machines. You've seen it. And what I'm saying is to everyone, this isn't a Democrat or a Republican thing. For me, is putting it out there. It's like this. I want to ask everyone this. If someone was out there saying my pillows had rocks and knives in it, I would say, hey, come and look at the beautiful patented fill. And I would say, show me the rocks and knives. But Dominion Smart Mag, they didn't do that. They're just suing people. And saying,
Well, you're saying they have rocks and knives in their voting machines, and they're saying, no, we don't.
But they don't show their machines. That's the big thing. They're even trying to stop it.
But the federal government has, I mean, every...
No, they did not. They didn't have this evidence until January 9th. All we need is to look at the machines.
Oh, jeez. I'm trying to formulate a response to that. He's complaining about, like, not really understanding the machines and Dominion not explaining, like, what's going on with the machines, but he himself is not explaining what the machines do or don't do. So, I mean, we know this is not true. Dominion doesn't have to make this big production to prove that their system is sound. It's sound, and that's why they're able to sue for this shit.
Why won't they let the American people look at it?
Well, they say it is the most secure election we've ever had.
No, he said that. The same guy, the same guy, that was Chris Krebs. That was Chris Krebs that said that. Do you know 3 weeks ago, Chris Krebs and Adam Schiff were on Morning Joe, and they asked him, what's the biggest threat to our country right now? And they said, a China attack, cyber attacks from China, right down to local races. Chris Krebs said that. When he said it was a secure election, he did not have this on January 9th. This was after this.
I want to just say one thing real quick, because I don't want anybody to get the wrong idea here. We have limited time on this show. We'll put this whole conversation on YouTube so that people can see the whole thing. All right, but I need to take a commercial break. Okay. Mike Lindell is here with us. We'll be right back.
Now,
I don't know why he showed that, because he doesn't look good at all. He doesn't look good in that at all. Which is saying a lot, because no offense to Jimmy Kimmel, but it's not hard to look good on that show with Jimmy Kimmel. I don't really care for him, that's why, but a little interesting.
Now, did you all hear what I said there? If the shoe was on the other foot and the greatest president ever, Donald Trump, had been selected, I would have still been sounding the alarm. The Washington Post came to Minnesota after this Kimmel show, and they asked people around my town, would Mike really be sounding the alarm about the voting machines if Donald Trump had been selected? And they all said, yes, he would. One of my old friends came up to me and said, he was all distraught and worried, and he said, Mike, he said, the Washington Post asked me if you would ever give up.
Washington Post.
And I told him, no, they would have to kill him. They said, kill me. He said, no, that you'd have to kill him. And I said, that's okay, but the thing is, what I'm saying is...
Who's killing who? Wait, what? Who's killing who?
April 2021, as you saw on Jimmy Kimmel, I knew that this was about saving our country from the evil CCP globalist deep state uniparty takeover.
Wow, that is quite the mouthful. Uniparty takeover?
The media has never let up on myself or even all of you that all we want is the greatest president ever back. Well, of course we want him back. But then they ask me, the media goes, Mike, why would you spend everything you have and watch your employee-owned MyPillow company attacked and canceled daily? They asked me, if you could turn back time, would you do it over again?
If I could turn back time.
And I tell them, I would do the same thing that I have done, knowing that this isn't about overturning one election. What I learned back on January 9th of 2021, and it's been confirmed in the following months, that we are on the threshold of losing our country to an evil as big as this world has ever seen. We are at an apex in history, and we get one chance to save this nation. One chance. 52 other countries have fallen to the voting machines, the last one being Brazil. The people that were selected and not elected in those countries, they're not going to give up their voting machines that got them selected in the first place. And I've been on many calls with people from those countries, and they're longing for hope, and they know that their hope is in the United States beating this evil.
Again, so much narrative portrayed about like classifying what is evil and what is good, constantly painting themselves as the good guys and the rest of the world as like evil. Dominion being some sort of like uni-party evil corporation and stuff. It just like, it's just the premise for just denial that you've lost. Like, these people really have lost all hope, and there's no reason for them to hope any further. But by dag nabbit, like, they're gonna hope anyways. Why? Because that's where religion comes in. It's like you have the political reality of things, and then you just bring in the religious stuff that's, oh, have hope, have faith, things are gonna turn around. That's where I feel like it becomes like a blend of into like Christian nationalism. It's like where the politics and the religion meets.
Artificial intelligence and other technologies that man could not even imagine just a few decades ago are expanding faster than you could ever imagine. If we don't have people that are elected instead of selected regulating these technologies, it's over. It's over. But there is great hope. All of these examples that we thought at the time were devastating, I say to you now that they were miracles. They are what got us here today. I told you earlier that we are on God's timing. Well, a year ago in prayer, God provided the seed of a plan that will secure our elections and that has never done before in history. And this plan to secure our elections immediately has been worked on for over a year. Tomorrow at 1 p.m. Central Time, we will reveal it to the world, and it won't matter who you are, you will embrace it unless you are part of the evil. This will sift out the evil too, because we're going, you don't like this? You're part of the evil. And what you thought...
If you don't like this, then you're part of the evil. That's pretty cornering, don't you think? That really paints yourself into a corner. You can't really do much about that. You either think the way they
was that there was any hope. If you thought there was any hope at all was impossible, you will now see with God all things are possible. In Jeremiah 29:11 it says, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not harm you, plans to give you hope and a future." God bless you all.
Praise Jesus. Praise American White Jesus. The only Jesus there is.
Thank you. And today, if you're watching from around the world, we're going to give you great hope. Our country and the world's been longing for hope. Today we're going to bring you hope, and tomorrow we're going to bring you that plan. And I'll tell you what, this plan will also give hope to other nations that have been taken. Okay? I want to bring you to start the program, though, on this. I'm going to bring you back. I want to get your minds back to November 2020.
Great. All right. Where do we find out about this plan? Where do we find out about the plan? This is like a lot of live stream to cover. There's like absolutely no fucking way that we are going to possibly like cover everything that's said in these live streams. Like, all I can do is just like give you the best of it. Mr. Beast can run for office. I'd vote for him. I don't know about that. I think Mr. Beast is overglorified, if you ask me. And that's not to simultaneously minimize like what he does, but I mean just the premise of how he does things is a symptom of a bigger problem of the world. I mean, I don't dislike him. I just think he's not Jesus, like he's not a god. Like he's not that special. What is going on?
In January 16, 2009, I still came out of it, and I'm going, you know, it doesn't affect me, it doesn't affect me, anything, it's just politicians. And wow, did I get an eye-opening of going, everything, it affects everything we do. One of the things I want to tell you.
IT and business transformation projects in the state.
2021, I helped along with a lot of other great people. We were holding concerned citizens meetings. We were reading our Constitution, the Supreme Law. We were holding our sheriffs accountable. It was awesome. And I did not realize how much it was really triggering these other elected Republicans who did not want us to be a part of it. You know, I've already been enshrined in my authority by God and the Declaration of Independence. I already know the authority I have. I'm not asking permission. I'll build my own dadgum table. And that is exactly what all of you are doing. It's what we did. And in 2021, November 16th of 2021, after all of this election conflict, after being a citizen who just wanted to understand what happened legally and lawfully in my own local elections, Merrick Garland, Chris Wray, they sent their brown shirts after us. And they did. They took a battering ram to my front door at 9:30 in the morning on November 16th.
And when your children were home.
Yeah.
And we're having to wrap up because we're running out of time for this time. But before we go, I want to get back to why you fought, because it's not been easy.
Yeah.
You literally had the FBI show up at your house. That's more than most of us have faced, let's be honest. But if you don't fight it,
where is the actual, like, stupid drone thing? That he brought in.
For the future, we talked about the veterans. You can see what's going on in your state and get involved if you can in your hometown, whether that's a Republican organization, whether that's becoming a poll watcher or a poll worker. There is something that you can do. There's something that every American can do. So keep fighting the good fight. And like Mike Lindell says, don't lose hope for America. Okay.
Oh, I'm losing hope.
Trump knife. Love it. Go ahead and go to trumpknife.com. Beautifully etched words on there, the American flag, the stars and stripes, so beautiful. So if you want to go to trumpknife.com, get yourself a knife, get your family member a knife, but make sure you know the regulations for your state and city before making a purchase on that knife. So trumpknife.com. Okay, let's see.
Where are you going, girl?
Way to save 420.
So as we scroll down, one of the first things we're going to see, of course, is the My Pillow 20th anniversary. We've been over that. Let's go to the
And I want to make sure I clarify that is bigtrumpknife.com. Bigtrumpknife.com. The biggest Trump knife for American patriots. Big.
I don't think I got that. I don't think I understand it. Could you clarify for me one more time what the website is?
Trumpknife.com.
Thank
All right,
you.
4 minutes away now from the announcement. If you download the keeping and also other articles, Vanessa to serve you. He's a vice. minutes away now from the. He was from on it. A minute. And it's still here. See,
Blah, 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 blah.
well, we're just going to have to wait a little longer.
Ba, 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 ba,
Any
ba.
minute now we should be.
Ba, 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 ba. Oh, here we go. Here it is. Here's the grand plan, my friends. Here's the end of the shrubbery maze.
I don't need this, do I? Keep it up there. Okay. All right, everybody, this is a moment we've been waiting for. If you're watching from, I'm going to say hello to everyone watching from around the world. We're streaming in 85 languages. And I just want to say a prayer here that we don't, because everything.
Oh, here we go.
We've waited. I've followed the plan that you gave me. And I just pray, Lord, that this goes off, that the word gets out of this plan to every person, that they can spread the word, and that this is the answer. This is the hope we've been waiting for, Jesus. We pray that every...
Jesus, please bless us on this holy mission to end election fraud, the fraud of the election. Jesus, please give us the power to manipulate the election to our own narrative. Jesus, Jesus, Jesus.
Part that people understand, that people realize that, hey, that we have to have secure elections, Lord. We have to, if we don't have elections, we have nothing. It's over. And Lord, we thank you. I thank you, Lord, for every part of this, for every person that's been part of this, for every person that is in our country. I pray for every...
Why does he sound like Foghorn Leghorn from fucking Looney Tunes right now? I say, Jesus, Jesus, come down and bless us. I say, come down onto us and restore the hope to us, and please bless. I say, please bless this plan. This is disturbing, by the way. I'm trying to make light of it, but really deep down inside, I'm screaming with fear. Not because this has any power itself, but this is just like a representation of how a lot of people think in America. This is where their heads are at. It's radicalized hyper-rationalism with a religious level of devotion. Yeah. It's what produces brown shirts, so like always, they're talking about themselves. Totally. Amanda says, I wish you could visit the South, Jan. I have. My favorite place down south was New Orleans. I really like that place. I would love to go back there. That's about as south as I've been. And I've been to Florida when I was a kid.
Every single person in our country, that they can be told that, hey, we have a plan that's going to secure our elections, our sacred elections. And we ask all this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Okay, we got a little bit of setup first. Here's Jeff.
Oh no. Oh no. Why don't they have this shit set up? Why are they doing that? Who's that girl? It's like his intern or something.
Tell me when you're ready.
You don't know? You don't have this set up? Did you do a rehearsal? Like, what's going on here?
Just tell me, are you ready? Get in position. Okay. Just give me a sign when you're ready. Are you ready? Okay. Do it. All right. I've been telling you all, we've been told a lie over years now that the machines are not on the internet. If anybody just watching that just tuned in now to frankspeech.com or any of the other networks that are running this, and
I'm sorry. Did I mishear that? Or did he say the lie that we're being told Is that the machines are not on the internet? What the fuck is he talking about? What the actual hell is he saying? What machines? Doing what on the internet? I'm like scared. I'm so confused. Like, what is he talking about?
This morning, we went over the biggest lie we've been told that's blocked all of our cyber evidence and everything. We're not on the internet. 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 I'm sorry, there's nothing to see here. We're not on the internet. We have been told this by every...
Their sound went out. This big magical mystical revelation of what's good for America right now, and they don't even have like the basic of technical skills. What the fuck? That was funny. Hold on.
Over years now, that the machines are not on the internet. If anybody just watching that just tuned in now to frankspeech.com or any of the other networks that are running this, and this morning we went over the biggest lie we've been told that's blocked all of our cyber evidence and everything. We're not on the internet. 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 I'm sorry, there's nothing to see here. We're not on the internet. We have been told this by every...
their audio totally fucked up.
That's, okay, there we go. Please, Lord, get us through this.
No, I think that's God's sign right there. That's telling you this is fucked up. Stop. I think that's a sign right there. I think that's the holy sign of God telling you to shut the fuck up. Is it me or is that a sign? That is a sign, my friends. Hey, Lee, good to see you.
Jesus. That'll give Jimmy Kimmel something to talk about, right? Okay.
What was that noise he made? Did anybody hear that? Did you hear the fucking noise he made after the Jimmy Kimmel comment? No. I want you to listen very fucking closely. What was that?
Hello? Okay, there we go. Yeah.
It's right after the Jimmy Kimmel comment. He makes this weird noise that's like... Hold on.
Please, Lord, get us through this, Jesus. That'll give Jimmy Kimmel something to talk about, right?
Yeah. Did he just make that noise? What the fuck?
Please, Lord, get us through this, Jesus. That'll give Jimmy Kimmel something to talk about, right?
What the fuck? What the fuck is that? Oh, I gotta listen to it again. I'm just like, what the fuck is that?
Please, Lord, get us through this, Jesus. That'll give Jimmy Kimmel something to talk about, right?
One last time.
Okay. That'll give Jimmy Kimmel something to talk about, right? Okay.
Yeah. What the fuck? Cassie, my friend. I love you. Says that was like cartoon villain noise. So what the fuck was that?
This. Oh, okay, there we go. Yeah. Please, Lord, get us through this, Jesus. That'll give Jimmy Kimmel something to talk about, right? Okay. This was the lie that's been told to every person in our country. It's also been told around the world to their countries. These electronic voting machines, from routers to printers to...
That's what it is. Kim typed it out, but just meow meow meow. Meow meow meow. What the fuck?
Polling books to the computers, they're not online. Well, what if I told you? And what if I told you that there was a device that's been made for the first time in history that can tell you that that machine was online? Okay? You know when you come into a room and we all got our cell phones and it lists off all the internets in the room?
Uh-huh.
And then you have to have passwords and so on? Well, if you had one of those internets, and what if there was a device that showed you, hey, there's a device on my network. There's a device online. And then you could tell what the device was, where it was at, what the name of it was, ESNS 60503, and you knew the second it went online.
Yeah. You know what, Mike? That's kind of sounding like software for hackers to use. I don't know. I'm not a very smart person, but it kind of sounds like a great system for people to hack into people's shit. Call me crazy. Meow, meow, meow.
Well, this is what we've been working on for over a year, and I'm going to show you. Jeff's going to show you a demo. This is a demo. We have it, everybody. We have it, and then I'm going to tell you. And what if and what if I was to tell you? Well, we'll save that part. Let's do this part of the plan first. We're going to. Okay, so Jeff, why don't you show them what we did? What we did in Florida. With this device, we went in and we did a. Jeff will show you that. Why don't you show?
Clicker. Is he got the clicker? I think
okay.
Hopefully they have it ready to go.
Oh my god, this is like watching grandparents try to like.
In the back.
This is like watching grandparents try to like figure out modern day technology. Like this is painful. Like you've got a shitty HP laptop and you don't know how to do a basic ass like presentation over the fucking projector. Are you fucking kidding me? Mark says it's all so unholy. I can't possibly make it worse. I mean, this solution is sounding a lot like spyware to me.
Do you have it up there?
The video?
Yeah. They're ready to go?
No, I said the video. Yeah, they need to.
Okay, then what? No, I'm talking in the back.
Oh my god. They had a 2-day summit planned, and they can't even get basic technology together. They can't even run their own presentation with a simple projector, and they want us to listen to them about their crazy new cutting edge technology that's going to figure out who's online or not within the vicinity of the voting place. Are you fucking kidding me?
Election Crime Bureau is proud to introduce the WMD, or Wireless Monitoring Device.
Oh no.
The wireless monitoring device is a sophisticated network connection monitoring system, designed specifically with election security in mind. We have been told that our election computers are never connected to the internet. The WMD will put that to the test by detecting and
I love the obvious AI voice that they found to like do this presentation.
Reporting, in real time, Wi-Fi connections in county and state election offices. All internet routers and access points will be reported, as well as any devices to which they connect. The WMD incorporates many years of research and state-of-the-art development. It is a low-weight, low-power device that uses only passive signal detection to detect online systems, and it will never interfere with any normal network operations. When an online connection is detected, the Election Crime Bureau Master Alert system will be quickly notified, and the alert will be displayed on the alert web page. You will note that there are two boxes located to the right of the screen. These boxes display the information about the access points at the top and the wireless clients at the bottom box.
What's with the music? Bum 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 ba da 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 dum 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 bum.
The sheer amount of devices can make analyzing the map difficult, so this website gives you the opportunity to deselect any of the different kinds of devices. Note that the points on the map are color-coded to simplify identification. As we deselect and update, those types of devices are removed from the map. Clicking on a device shown on the map displays additional information about that device in the bottom information window. Currently, the MAC address, the hardware vendor, and the first time the device was detected displays. Additional information will be continually added. The nearby checkbox allows you to view only the devices with the strongest signal, which in most cases means that they are nearest to the WMD detection device. This allows you to filter out devices outside of the immediate area. All information is securely archived for later analysis. The wireless monitoring device is ready to be deployed in any election, from local to presidential.
What wireless device?
Now, let me tell you, everybody, we now can catch them in a lie. Okay? And now they're all, everybody's watching from home going, well, you could have made that video, right? They could all say that, right? Well, how would you like to see it demoed right here in this room? Okay, do we have a camera outside?
We should. I think we're set.
Okay, everybody, if they're ready in the back, you guys need to watch the screen. Here we go. This is coming in right now, everybody, outside the building.
Whoa. Whoa. High tech here. Watch out. Watch out. Oh, it's going in. It's going in. Where did it go? Where did it go?
Whoa!
This is what they came for.
Where is it? Whoa! It's in the building!
Special delivery, everybody! Special delivery!
Isn't this exciting? Look at that. Oh my god. Could you imagine that goofy ass drone flying into a building where you're holding like election, like the booth like thing, and it's usually at somewhere like nonchalant, like a fucking public elementary school or some shit. Could you imagine like voting and then this like goofy ass drone thing like floats in and bonks you in the head because it's suspecting of like election fraud? Mark says it's pure surveillance, society intimidation swagger designed to drive home and bury their original lie that an election was fraudulent because they lost. Yeah. What the fuck does the drone have to do with fucking voting machines? So they believe that these voting machines are somehow connected to the internet And because they're connected to the internet, that means anybody could hack them and, I guess, make fraudulent votes. So their idea is they're going to fly this goofy ass drone near the booths, and somehow it's going to pick up and check what's connected to the internet or not. The problem is it's supposedly picking up on personal information as well. And it's just technically surveillance. It's just an eye in the sky. It's just to watch you. It's first of all, it looks ridiculous. Like, look at that thing. Like, your big plan, your big, enormous, grand scheme of a plan to end election fraud is to fly in a drone that you can buy in Walmart. This is childlike. This is, I feel like I'm listening to a table of 10-year-olds, like, having a meeting in their treehouse and discussing world domination. Like, it's that far-fetched. Like, I feel like I'm listening to little kids, like, what if we had a drone to fly into where people voted, and it could tell if they were, like, connected to the internet or not? Like, the machines are on the internet. BigTrumpKnife.com. BigTrumpKnife.com. Get your big ass TrumpKnife.com. Make a statement with your big ass Trump knife. Yay! Basic basic drone flying. Yay!
And what we have here, by the way, under that thing here, you see what was under the black thing before that was a surprise?
I love the girl in the back. Samantha, take the drone away. Like, he just gets his intern. Samantha, remove the drone.
This device.
Mike.
This device. I'm so excited I forget to use a microphone. You guys, this device, as it flew into this building, this wireless monitoring device, it just grabbed all of your cell phones, everybody in this room, every device that's on the internet right now. And let's see, can you put it up on the big screen? Now, what this does, when this gathers information, I have a command center. I'm not even going to say what state, so they don't go after that. But there's a command center where this information goes down, it flashes, it'll go, router online.
So let me get this straight. My Pillow Guy has a private company, which is building a surveillance device for the election to prevent fraud. Does this not seem like a clash of interest to you? Does this not seem a little sus to you? That a private corporation is going to be developing these surveillance devices, which this isn't going to happen. Let's get real. Let's be real, folks. The moment they try to fly drones into like a polling booth is like, it's going to get fucking shot down in 2 seconds. Like, there's so many places where you actually can't fucking fly drones at all. Like, it's literally illegal. Like, let alone if you're going to float your fucking Walmart drone into like a building and just let it float there? Like, who's going to operate the drone? And what if somebody knocks it down? Like, no, knock it off, and then destroys the device. Like, it's not going to be made, like, legally mandatory to have these things. It's the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my entire life. I actually, not just me. In fact, I should apologize to all of you, for we are all now dumber for having listened to this. We have been degraded with this information.
just went online in Missouri, right? It goes there, it comes back, and now here's what just came in. As we came into the building here, you see all the cell phones there, all the computers. We've got all these things up there, like you've seen that we pulled off that we did in Florida. Now,
could you imagine? And you know what's kind of like sad and funny at the same time is like half the people like running those booths. I mean, it's like they're like old people volunteering and stuff. So like imagine harassing some old lady with like a drone. Like, it almost makes it seem like they're gonna fly the drone in there, and like if there's any like voting fraud at all, like the drone's just gonna like disperse guns or like bombs and just totally destroy everybody in the building. Makes me think of like RoboCop or something, like the company that makes the robots for RoboCop. It's just gonna go in there and just like a little tiny like rotary like machine gun, like a little tiny like grappling gun is just gonna like spin around and like off everybody. Lee says this is highly illegal. Yeah, this sounds horribly illegal. I don't think you can do this at all. I mean, and look at the like display, like the example display, like if you can pick up on like certain serials of people's devices, that's not going to go well.
Now, can you take, okay, he's blowing them up a little bit. So if you went there, each one of those, now, can you tell us, like you see they're labeled cell phones, other, and this. Now, can you take out all the cell phones? Now, this is what we would be doing. This is, as it goes through this filter, imagine it's election night. Now, we already filtered this out. We were showing you that there's no device in the world that does what this does, okay? It doesn't, it's passively captured, but now it's going to tell you which device. So he just took out all the cell phones, okay? Now let's take all the backstage off.
I can hear him breathing heavily into the microphone.
Okay. You see these, you can drill it down to anything. Now when we have, and we've done it before, now we haven't been able to get, we didn't want to take the chance. We could have got some machines in here, some actual election voting machines. We had them. We had access. But you know what? You see what happened in Michigan where they went after Matt DePerno and all of them for having a machine, right? I didn't want to take that chance. This is too important to the world, okay? I'm telling you what we can do now. If you're in a room and you're here in Springfield, Missouri, and you're in this room and this is an election room, beep, 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 the router just went online. This red alert goes out there. And boom, and I'll tell you in a minute how you're all going to know in real time.
And then boom, it shoots an old lady square between the eyes. He goes beep, beep, beep. Bomb deployed in like 3 seconds. Mark says I've stopped believing that he's off crack. You know, I kind of wondering if he was better on crack. He was probably more sane and rational on crack than he is now.
But we catch them in every single lie they've ever told. If they lied about being on the internet, what do you think they're hiding, huh? But now we've got a way to monitor. We've never had this before in history. They can't lie to us anymore. And I want to ask you, Jeff, so if we, when this travels, oh, by the way, you guys, this isn't, we're going to have these devices. We've for this fall's.
Why does Mike Lindell always sound like he has the meat sweats? He literally just looks and sounds like he ate too much hot dogs at the barbecue. Like he's eating too much cold cut meat, okay? I don't know what it is about him. He needs to lay off and eat some vegetable.
Election. We want to get every single parish in Louisiana covered. We're doing this right now, okay? Right now. Mississippi, Kentucky, you have local elections. Anyone that has this, everyone that has an election, I don't care if it's your school board election, you got this device, and you know what? You lied to me. You lied to me. You lied to me. And so Jeff, I want you to explain.
So Mike's big plan is to have a drone with a box that floats around the booths and makes the sound ee, ee, ee. And that's going to help the world. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow, meow.
When you, what we're doing with the filtering, so let's say you have let's say it comes down and you have a printer. Does it show what does it show exactly? The IP address? What is it all? Tell us what it's going to show to us.
Yeah, it will show the IP address, what is the internal, what's called a MAC address, which is like the hardware identification of it, and will also show what it's named on the internet.
So will we know the brand?
Yeah,
we'll know the brand.
Yeah, we will actually
Remember,
know
they
the
all
brand.
lied.
Yes, yes, and we will know that. We will know tablets.
Polling books. It does.
You know, Lee brings up such a good point. Lee says, do you see how they don't mention education to help with voting? Because that's so true. That's such a good point to bring up. Like, that's so perfect to bring up. Because if you really, truly care about elections and you truly care about the rational voice being heard, you're going to want educated people to vote on certain circumstances. Now, I think everybody should have the right to vote, but I also think everybody should pass certain cognitive tests on basic cognitive, ability, and just, you have to pass a test to demonstrate knowledge on certain subjects that are being voted on, like healthcare or trans care or women's rights, women's health rights, things like that. The list goes on. Like, you should be tested to prove that you're knowledgeable about these things before you can vote. That would be a true preventative election fraud measure. If you want to just, not technical election fraud, but if you just really want to loosely apply it to just a successful election, or an election that actually benefits humanity as a whole, to reach to a more teleocratic state, a way for all of us to have access to self-actualize and things like that. I'm getting ahead of myself with my thoughts, but that is such a good point, Lee. Why is there no focus on people being educated to vote instead of just, let's just protect people's rights to vote as insanely as they want? And if an outcome of a vote goes against people's insane ideas, then it's automatically deemed fraud? I'm living in a bizarre land. I'm living in a twilight zone where insanity is seen as the way and the light to humankind. This whole election political voting fraud nonsense intertwined with religion and God and a holy mission. This is insane. I feel like I'm insane just for listening to this. It doesn't make any sense to me. We need a more teleocratic system that benefits all people, that there's voting systems by people who are actually knowledgeable about the things that they're voting on. I think there's always going to be some nuance in how we delegate ourselves as humans, but for God's sakes, we need educated people at the polls. We really need educated people at the polls. We need knowledgeable, open, compassionate, rational people at the polls. And if you can't pass the test to prove that you're competent, you shouldn't be allowed to vote. That's just my personal opinion, by the way. My personal opinion. It's my opinion! My opinion! Melinda got vegan pizza. I still have more pizza. I'm just kind of like, I don't know. I was super hungry and then I had like one slice and now I'm not hungry. So I just ordered an extra large pizza just to eat one slice. But that's okay. I can save it for later. It's pizza day. Okay. We're going to listen to just a little bit more of this plan and then we're going to move on.
No polling books.
It will know exactly.
We can identify.
And remember now, so let's say you're all in this room and you're all in there voting, right? You know, we can filter the cell phones, filter it down, and by the way, you can turn it on, turn it back off. It says what's eliminated, what's not. Let's say you had people in there. By the way, if you have people in there where they're doing cell phones and they're using that are tied in with it, it'll detect all this stuff. So you catch them in a lie that they're on the internet. And now we say, what are we going to do with that information, right? How are we going to get that? How are you all going to see that? We've got ours, right, Jeff? I mean, is there anything else you want to show everybody?
Well, I kind of just wanted to, if you don't mind, point out one of the exciting things about this is it is proactive in that it lets us know when new devices come online.
You know what? I think the same thing about people having children too. I think you should have to pass a small series of tests to prove that you're competent enough to raise a child. I really do. I literally think you should have a license to have a child. And this isn't to make it harder for people who love children and are really good nurturers and caretakers. It's to prevent stupid, ignorant people from abusing children. Like, I really think you should, like, go through an application process and have an evaluation before you bring a new life into this world. I really do. And I would apply that to myself. I would say I need to pass a test to prove that I need to care for a child, even though I really want one. I don't think I could just willy-nilly like bring one into the world without getting my ducks in a row, without crossing my T's and dotting my I's, you know? And perhaps I can't do that perfectly, but there's got to be some basis. There's got to be something put there that makes it so that people can't just like, and you know, honestly, it's not just that aspect of parenting. This gets really complicated. I really didn't mean to go on this rant about parenting. But there needs to be more help with parenting from the government too. A better health care, better education provided, things like that. So it goes the other way as well. I'm just talking about the concept of having to demonstrate your knowledge and your capacity to understand things before you make decisions that affect other people. And decisions that affect other people are things like voting and bringing children into the world. When you make decisions that affect other people, you should have to be proven to be able to be competent enough to make a wise and rational decision. That's the point I'm making.
And real
It's
time.
real-time crime.
And this thing can even send out text messages to people saying, hey, a new access point or a new printer came online in such and such a place.
So you get that when you're having this. Let's say you're a county clerk and you have one. Let's say the machine companies have lied to you. And we've all been through that. You go into the county clerks and go, well, my machine, they told me they're not online. If they have one of these, they're going, it just went red. And they're going, hey, our machine just went online. Our router just went online. Our tablet went online. Shut her down, right? So this is...
But why? They don't explain, like, if a machine is connected to the internet, then what? Is it the susceptibility to hacking? Is that what they're worried about? What about their device, which definitely sounds like a hacking device? It doesn't make any sense to me. This makes no sense.
And this will show up right away in this red alert, kind of like Ghostbusters. We got one, right? We got one. But it goes. So what I'm going to do, and I'm going to tell you now, I'm going to tie into this because let me tell you there's other kinds of crime out there. You know, there's other that we see all the time, right? And I'm going to tell you in a minute, but that the people out there right now that we have reporting, I guess I got to backtrack here. This is just one alert. This is a red alert, okay? That the machines went online, right? So if you're a clerk or if you're all of us now, all of you at home, you don't want to know this too, right? Well, we've had whistleblower sites. You've had, just like I told you, I think yesterday or today, when Kerry Lakes, the race was going on and all those machines broke there, they said they were broke down in in Arizona. I'm looking at Kansas going, people are sending me texts going, Mike, these votes are going from Democrats to Republicans. The Uniparty, remember, they show no shame. They don't care who they want, right? Well, the text I was getting was from my team, okay? And we have a thing called Cause of America. We're 250,000 strong in all 50 states. Now, if you had, and other affiliated groups. So if you're putting up stuff on, let's say, reporting crime, right? If you're out there reporting things, hey, there's drop boxes here, these machines aren't working here, or they're saying they're doing this and this, or you see anything out there. Well, any whistleblower site, the downfall is that if the public's reporting it, you all know what happens, right? You get false reports. You get the bad guys putting up stuff, so you all look over here instead of where you need to be looking. But what if you had 250,000 people in all 50 states in every county in the country, and you had all these people, they're the ones that you trust to be able to report all this. That's what we've had over the last 2.5 years. We have 250,000 people. It's even bigger than that. I'd have to ask them the affiliate groups, and maybe it might be up to 500,000, it might be 1 million. But it's all of you and all the people that are out there. Well, now, in fact, and why don't I pause there, unless you want to stay here, Jeff. You want to stay here for this? You go.
I'll
shuffle off. If you guys, I guess if you want to, just go ahead, bring her out here. I want to talk about...
Did they really just bring this other guy out just to click a few buttons on the fucking laptop? Did they really just do that? Did they really bring him all the way out there just to chuckle and chime in and just press, like, what? He didn't do anything. This man did nothing. He literally did nothing. He just sat there, tinkered at the laptop, and now he's gone. What the fuck was his point? What the fuck was his purpose?
By Jeff Stephen, with this device now.
And look at him just sadly saunter off.
Say, oh, thanks, Jeff. Yeah, Jeff O'Donnell, he's a hero.
Jeff is a hero.
I'm trying. We didn't, believe me, we weren't scripted on this plan, right? I just want to get out there. But this.
You weren't scripted on the plan? Obviously, you didn't have any fucking rehearsal at all.
Catches them in the lie. And now, if you had 250,000 people or 500,000 people, which we do, we needed a way to report back to you the cause of America.
I love the ad. Like, this is an aesthetic. This is an aesthetic. Mike Lindell, this crazy fucking proposition, And then this ad of like, protect your retirement from DC's politics, get a free info kit on gold IRAs. I hate it, obviously, but I love it that it's so well just choreographed here.
America. So if we, what we have, and now I don't know if I have the thing here. Okay, here we have. So here you see, you're identifying, when we have people out there with the cause of America, my team, they're out there, and I'm going to show you here. Let's say you see houses that have 5 or more registered voters, and you get there, and all of a sudden there's one person living there, and nobody else voted, and there were phantom voters, right? So you have
Maria, meh meh meh, meh, meh meh meh.
Or let's say over here where houses that have one more person over age of 75. There's all these things where we're out there checking, and this is a different kind of crime, right? This is a different thing. All of a sudden you're going, hey, there's 5 people that says 9 people voted in this house and only 1 person lives there. And then you go there and it's nobody lives there, or just that 1 person, and they might not have even voted. Now they're reporting this stuff at the Cause of America. They're reporting this all the time, so we get this. But what?
So you mean to tell me that this amateur device on a drone is going to float in and collect voting data? This seems a little strange. It kind of seems like this is a big red flag, huh? I feel like fucking like Steve from Blue's Clues. We just figured out Blue's Clues. We just figured out Blue's Clues. This is just like, I feel like Nancy Drew, like, on a sleuthing mission. Only it's like a really obvious, like, let's meet down at old Mystery Creek. Or it's like Scooby-Doo, like, who's the real monster? Mike Lindell, as you, like, pull off the mask of, like, the spying drone. And it's Mike Lindell. And census data. Yeah, this seems way more sus than what the voting machines are doing. Like, who the fuck trusts some shitty, cheap flying drone floating around, getting caught in some old lady's hair, and picking up your personal information and your voting information? That doesn't seem right to me. There's something wrong with this picture.
We have now is we have a tool you all downloaded. It's called Frank Social, and I'm going to have Renee come out here. If we, with this app, okay, when Renee comes out with this app that you just all downloaded, if you haven't, get franksocial.com, the Frank Social app at franksocial.com. With this app, you're going to be able to see what she's going to show you, this real-time crime. All the reporting, everything we're out there, you're going to be able to see the red alerts in your own county. You're going to be able to see all this, okay?
A red alert for what? What's the red alert? Like, what specifically is the red alert? It's like there's no detail here. I want more details. Like, I don't feel like I have enough details because so far this just looks really sus to me.
And so we will now become a policing of our own elections, okay? We will not have to, we instantly are policing our own elections. And is Renee here, you guys in the back?
Renee?
Okay. We're getting ahead. We've kind of went through because
this is a disaster. Nobody rehearsed this.
I want to bundle this for you. What you're going to see when she shows you this Frank Social app, when she shows you this, you're going to see a real-time crime stream.
It's a red alert for evidence of imaginary voting fraud, says Mark. But it's like, you know what? I'm thinking about this circumstance or this scenario where you're voting and some floating drone flies into the building, floats above your head, and it goes, meh, meh, meh. And then what? And then what? What happens? Does it explode? Does it shoot you? Does it projectile shoot a large Trump knife at you? Or is it like several Trump knives attached in helicopter mode and then it comes and like slices you up? Because that's the kind of stuff I imagine when I think about this. Big Trump knife. Spinning at 100 miles per hour. Come slice you clean in the pupil. Right in the pupil.
Constant crime. All these reports coming in from every device, from every Cause of America person that's out there on the ground. They're out there putting in things they see, taking pictures. And it comes right back to this app. So you're going to be able to sit in your easy chair at home. And you're going to sit there and go, what's happening in my county? They said they're not online. They said there's no crime. And ding, ding, ding.
So Joe Bob sitting at home watching The Price is Right, drinking a Modelo because they don't drink Bud Light anymore, is sitting on their fat ass or drinking their Diet Coke. I don't know. They get a little ping on their phone and it says, something's happening at the voting polls. What do you do in your lazy boy with your app notifying you of something? Like, what do you do? Okay? Like, do you call the police? Do you grab your big Trump knife and run down there as fast as you can? Like, what the fuck is, like, what do you do? Am I insane? Am I looking insane right now for being utterly flabbergasted at what the long-term plan here is? Because I just can't put it together in my head. A floating drone flies in, goes meep, meep, meep. Some dick fuck who just got back from Walmart is sitting on his lazy boy, gets a notification on his phone, and then what? A mob? Everybody grabs their pitchforks and torches and they go storm the fucking polls? Like, I don't understand what the plan is here. What's the plan?
Ding, 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 ding. But we'll need one thing for you all to do, and that will be to share it everywhere. You're sharing the real-time crime. You're sharing the lies that they've told us.
Oh.
Okay? That they told us that they weren't online.
Okay.
So this is Renee is she's part of the team that developed Frank Social. And what I want to show you here is now, so you got to follow this. So now we have a device for the first time in history can catch them in a lie. Okay? Having this device. And then so this goes back to the command center, right? And this comes back in real-time crime. And then you have all of these other crimes that are out there being reported by our big team at Cause of America. Now they're all going to come into the Frank Social here. And when you get there, why don't you go start, as you would get on there, you click elections, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
When you land on Frank Social, you'll first, when you sign up for your account, you'll select your state. So you'll automatically be following the Cause of America for your state. But when you get on the app, you'll end up in the Frank feed, and you'll see the...
Weed out who is evil? Yeah, well, anybody who didn't vote for Trump and anybody that doesn't believe Trump won the election is considered evil.
tab that says elections.
Right. So right here, I'm going to backtrack a little bit on there. So when you got, there's 50 states with the Cause of America. Every one, there's all 50 states are on there. So when you get on there, like she says, now you're clicking on elections, right?
Correct.
What that elections is, that's all 50 states reporting. Let's go back to the first square. This actually happened here in Missouri. One of your clerks actually said, no, we're not going to. I met with this guy. I met with them 2 years ago, and I said, you guys, with all these people in Missouri, right? The Secretary of State and all of them. I met with them all. And the guy says, no, our machines are secure. They're not online. Well, then he finds out they are online, so he's trying to cut the wires, right? So this is, so as you go down here, you'll see Colorado. You'll see crime. This is stuff that's going on right now. You guys can find out.
Cut the wires? I mean, aren't most devices... Where's the proof? Where is the proof that these voting machines are connected to the internet in such a way that it makes them very susceptible and hackable? They're not showing any proof. They're just kind of saying, am I crazy? Am I going crazy? Am I missing something? I think it's about like the way that he speaks so confidently about his irrational bullshittery. It's the way they speak so confidently about it that makes me like question, like, am I missing something? I'm just not used to people like being so boldly like sure of themselves when it comes to shit like this.
What's going on right now, today, tomorrow morning. You're going to just go, everyday stuff's reported. This is the real-time crime line stream. It's a real-time crime stream from all 50 states. Now, if you add, you add these to it, you're going to see, because that's going to be the biggest red alert, right? You got election night or even in the early elections, or those machines, when they go online there, you've seen it all today, right? You've seen all the lies. This thing's going to pop up. Now I want to show you, if you go, when you sign up, right, you get whatever state you're in, then you're following say Missouri, correct? So this is if you go, here's all the causes of America. So if you go to this site, and you want to find out what's going on in Hawaii. So there's the Hawaii call. Click on Hawaii.
So if I click on Hawaii, it takes me to the Hawaii page. Internet.
Okay, so.
Oh my God. They can't even operate a basic fucking projection like presentation. How the fuck are we supposed to trust them with this magnificent device that detects voter fraud? How the fuck are we supposed to do that? They can't even manage their own HP fucking computer. I'm going to explode the more I listen to this. We're going to wrap it up here soon.
Well, what's that?
I love how the audience is directing him how to do his presentation.
Okay.
Andy, I hope this phone app evidence is admissible in court, right? Because I don't know if he realizes, but people are being indicted for the January 6th, election fraud shit. Like, I don't know if he knows that or not.
You know what? So while we're loading here, because this, you guys get the gist of the reporting, right? You're going to sit in your easy chair at home on your phone or whatever, and you're going to see real-time crime coming. You're going to know when a box goes live. You're going to know when a router goes live, a polling book goes live, and everything. Okay? And then it all goes through. It was a good question here, because we're going to take questions on this. What's the range of this box? 100 to 200 yards. But you don't, and it goes through buildings, it doesn't matter. Okay, you've seen it as it came in as a drone. It was collecting that, it's collecting as it's flying. It could fly over the whole city and keep collecting, right? it could collect every single device here in Springfield. It would just keep flying in a stream of those coming online. And then you lose signal. The closest you get, which I guess, as Jeff has told me, I didn't, but the closer you get, that's fine. Just,
right.
Yeah, just put this regular screen back up. The closest you get, obviously you want to be in the polling places, but you could be outside or whatever. But just think of the clerks. Think of if they want, if you wanted one in your own county or your own precinct. I mean, it's every single place. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're Democrat, Republican. It don't matter.
Yeah, you
This
do.
catches them in a lie that they're online. It's us against the machines and the uniparty, everybody. That's it. Do you agree?
What the fuck is the uniparty? I mean, I can conceptualize that for sure, but I'm just like wondering, like in his mind, in his little fantasy realm, what to him is the uniparty?
And so maybe we will take some questions, but so what we have, if you the plan, you guys, when we have these machines catching in real time. By the way, it only takes I think 30 seconds to go from any place in the United States, including Hawaii and Alaska, 30 seconds to a minute. Where
all right, I can't take any more of this. Ugh. So, currently, moving on to another subject, currently, there is supposedly a, hurricane due to hit California. Now, the reason why that's so weird is because California is not a hurricane territory. And the only time on record that we've seen a hurricane in California was like over 80 years ago. I guess that doesn't say anything. Let's see. Luckily, I live north enough in California. I don't think I'm not really going to see like any of this. But I do expect some interesting weather. I'm trying to find like a good video. I had a video lined up for this earlier and I lost it.
Let's begin in Southern California under its first ever tropical storm watch as Hurricane Hillary makes its way toward that area. For more, here's meteorologist Jackie Jarris from our partners at the Weather Channel.
The big concern, of course, across the Southwest is the arrival of Hurricane Hillary, which is a beast of a storm and rapidly has intensified over.
Very democratic. Hurricane Hillary.
the last 24 to 36 hours. Big impacts expected in California as well as much of the southwestern U.S., and flooding rain will be the biggest concern. Now, this is the latest cone. That's the forecast for where the center of the storm may be going. This is as of Friday evening. Now, that may change a little bit farther to the west or east with time, but overall, keep in mind that this is a large storm and those impacts will reach far outside of where that cone is going to be. Forecast conditions do bring this in as a tropical storm, but flooding, the main, most widespread concern. We could see a month, maybe even a year's worth of rainfall in just a couple of days in some of these areas where the risk is highest. The peak of this storm expected to be moving in on Sunday and into Monday morning. Notice the highest risk areas for flooding in California. Now, for more in-depth coverage, you can watch the Weather Channel on cable and now live on your favorite TV streaming device.
All right, Jackie Jarris, thank you very much.
So I'm trying to find, I swear I found an interesting bit of information earlier that kind of did a study weather in Japan and earthquakes in Japan, and they found that there is a correlation between a typhoon, major typhoon in Japan, and immediately following an earthquake, and something about how extreme weather and pressure changes can actually sort of trigger earthquakes. So I saw some really interesting information earlier that's there's this very bizarre hurricane that's coming up through West Coast here in California, and it could potentially trigger a series of earthquakes. But I can't find the information on that, so I can't really speak more about that other than that's an interesting speculation. I don't know any more information about that. But speaking of natural disasters, as you know, in Hawaii, there is a major fire that happened there that destroyed a lot of land. And the cause of this fire, believe it or not, is up to debate. And there's a lot of people that are coming out with conspiracy theories as to why these fires started. And some of the conspiracies range rich elite purposefully starting fires in these areas to clear out the neighborhood so that they can develop over it, which actually is kind of a thing. When Hurricane Katrina hit, it destroyed a lot of neighborhoods. And you think there would be a lot of production in those neighborhoods to get the original people back into their original area of home, of living. But they didn't do that. A lot of the redevelopment after Hurricane Katrina was essentially just kind of an opportunity to gentrify the areas. I don't know if you know what gentrifying means. Gentrifying is... Okay, so in America, we have these issues where we have the banks that provide a lot of the real estate for people to live. They sort of redline things. And it's literally a red line around specific areas in cities that the banks deem as poor areas, poor populace, very urban areas, where the poor black folk live, sort of So sometimes parts of these neighborhoods get so run down that the government or the city will step in and develop a bunch of that land, but not in the sense where they're helping the urban areas and helping the poor populace get a leg up in life and have a good place to live. Instead, they're redeveloping it to have shopping areas or high-end condos, pretty much stuff just made for white people. So when it came to Hurricane Katrina, and this happens in other places that have natural disasters too, instead of repairing the neighborhoods for people to move back in and have a better quality of life, they'll take the opportunity to develop that area more quote unquote fancy, for like the white rich folk to come and occupy that area, and then the poor black people can go somewhere else, is essentially their attitude. So there is some truth to the idea that rich elite take advantage of natural disasters to redevelop the area that was destroyed for themselves. I highly doubt that anybody purposefully started fires to initiate this project. I just think they're going to take advantage of the opportunity, they're going to take the opportunity to do that gross, disgusting stuff anyways. The reason why the fire in Hawaii happened is because, first of all, there was a hurricane in the ocean. It created a high winds, knocked some stuff down, some power lines, shit caught on fire. It was a very dry area. There's a lot of other factors that go into this. Colonialization of Hawaii, when the white man kind of took over the islands and planted, non-native plant life. That's like drier grass than what is native to Hawaii. That creates a certain condition, things like that. Global warming obviously has an effect. Pretty much any reasonable explanation is being thrown to the wind. So my favorite is this podcaster, this YouTuber called Tim Pool. Tim Pool is, people refer to him as Tim Fool because he's one of those right-wing commentary type YouTubers with his head up his ass. And we're going to listen to him talk about how he pretty much thinks it's space lasers. Space, you heard me. Satellites floating in space with lasers that cause these fires. Yeah, I have to pee. Hold on a minute. We're gonna get started on this. That's really dark. It's really bright in my face, though. Okay. That's weird, Elise. See, I thought renter's insurance was something like mandatory with renting. At least, like, in my experience, it is. But I don't know what the requirements for are in your area, so. But that's pretty more like I have renter's insurance. Not me personally, like my roommate. I have a hard time with conspiracies. I'm always a very skeptical person. Except for when it comes to the conspiracy of the rich elite trying to ruin the world, which to me isn't a conspiracy, it's just life. You know, Lee, I don't think society wants the truth. I think the truth for a lot of people is too painful, and that's why people just let themselves get whisked away in religion and political beliefs. Because it's easier to go along with a crowd, and it's easier to feel comforted that way than it is to, like, explore the world by yourself. There's a cute cartoon, I can't remember. It's something about the truth being pointy. You can find it. No. It was like a little cartoon that's like, the truth is hard and pointy and beliefs are soft and round. And it feels comfy to hug your belief, but it's really painful to embrace the truth. But if you do, it'll be worth it in the end. Anyways, let's make fun of Tim Pool. We'll do a deep dive into Tim Pool later, but just so you know, he's a man-child with a pirate gun and a samurai sword and a guitar behind him. He always wears a beanie, and he always spews right-wing political bullshit. That's all you need to know. I think this guy's older than me. I don't know. I mean, I'm definitely not the most adult person. I'm a weird-ass person. I'm definitely extremely childlike. I'm a grown adult. No, I'm a grown child. Like, I'm an adult child, for sure. But I can't imagine seriously having a podcast where I have a samurai sword and a fucking pirate gun. Like a pirate gun right there. Like, who the fuck is he? Long John Dickweed? Like, what the fuck is happening?
And now we got this big story out of Maui. And seriously, I hope everybody's okay. These photos are absolutely devastating. And the likelihood of this fire is something like a cow kicking over a lantern, I imagine. Wildfires happen. I think right now they're saying they believe it was related to power lines, which makes the most sense. However, we discussed this quite a bit, the idea of directed energy weapons. And while I don't think it is the most plausible thing to attribute, there are people posting these fake photos that look really silly with, like, it looks like a missile hitting Maui. A laser would never look like that. If they are, they're probably infrared or invisible in whatever way, and they're going to start fires. You won't even know that they were started by this. But this is the story we have from Newsweek. Hawaii wildfires spark conspiracy theory about directed energy weapons. The devastating wildfires in Hawaii have brought a new conspiracy theory from the climate change deniers who suggest the destruction was orchestrated by the federal government's directed energy weapons. Social media users are circulating photos of light beams and laser beams that they claim were taken from Hawaii before this week's deadly fires burned down historic landmarks and killed at least 55 on the island of Maui. Now, I have no idea why anyone would be like, our own government did this. But we do have this story we talked about the other day. Chinese satellite lasers recorded over Hawaii. So we know this. I don't know if this video's got it. There you go. You may have seen this video. Went viral a while ago. We brought it up last night a little bit. Yes, lasers were fired. And many experts were saying that it could have been pollution tracking or something to that effect. But at the same time, we're getting news about these massive floods in China. Once again, in all likelihood, the floods are probably caused by rain, because rain caused flooding. And it's probably a natural occurrence. Now, you're going to hear a lot of political ideologues say something like climate change or whatever, and, sure, fine, whatever. But this got me thinking about the current state of the world. China and the U.S. are not on very great terms. We've got a real risk of an invasion of Taiwan. We've got warfare happening, obviously, in...
I love how he enters this with, well, this is probably not the case with the lasers. But they're also saying that this is a cause of climate change, which is way crazier. So let's just go back to the laser idea. You see how he did that there? You see how he very carefully crafted it as, like, well, we don't actually believe this, but we're going to explore it anyways, instead of the actual reasonable, like, circumstances that cause this, which is, I'm sorry, it's climate change. Yeah, that's a thing. It's not a belief, it's a fact.
In Europe, Russia right now is concerned NATO is going to invade Ukraine, occupy. And so I started thinking about what's World War III going to hold? And could it possibly be that, you know, as we know, satellites have these lasers, at least for scanning and research purposes, LiDAR, it's called. Is it possible they have any kind of weaponization or, you know, infrared heat lasers that can actually start fires or cause real damage?
Yeah.
Conspiracy theory time. Have fun.
I mean, I think it's definitely plausible here. I mean, I think
it's definitely plausible. Did anybody ever see that 1980s movie with, like, a very young Val Kilmer? And it was called, like, Genius or something like that. God, what was the name of that movie? Yeah, it was called Real Genius. This is actually one of my favorite fucking movies. It's called Real Genius. It stars Val Kilmer. He's like really young, and it's this whole 1980s movie about these like special students, like these students that are like extra smart. And so this college puts them in this program that like works on this special project with like developing a laser. And then at the end of the movie, these kids finally realize that the government actually hired this section of the university to have these kids develop this laser for weapons purposes. And I don't know, it's a really fucking hilarious movie. It's one of my favorites, and I love it to death. And like Val Kilmer's character in it is fucking wonderful. Like, it's such a good movie, but it's literally about that. It's literally about developing like a laser in a satellite. Like, it's funny. It's fucking and actually, you know, I think I want to like watch it this weekend because it's so glorious. Like, you all should try and find it and watch it this weekend. It's a great movie. It's also a really good movie to highlight sort of shadow self, because like Val Kilmer's character was very strict, very, you know, like into studying and doing well, and then like he reached a point in his studies where he realized that studying wasn't like everything, knowledge wasn't everything, and that you had to live your life. So he kind of veered to the opposite side, and he's just kind of like a very happy-go-lucky character while also still being like very intelligent. So it's a really interesting movie. Like, I love it a lot.
Clarify, maybe directed at energy weapons, I guess
It's a moral imperative.
you have in mind the same exact sort of laser weapons that the Chinese use. Ultimately, we have
They do use them?
Or I don't know if they do use them, or
we know that they have lasers on satellites,
right?
And
right.
that could be a low power laser for collecting data, LiDAR. And we know the U.S. has developed infrared laser weapons because they've published this, where they've blown up drones out of the sky in testing these lasers. So the question is it possible to have any kind of weapon so powerful it could start a fire from long range? Obviously, people think the Canadian wildfires were started by either like Antifa, which I think is weird. I think it was lightning strikes, to be completely honest. But it gets me thinking about the future of warfare. And if this was warfare, like China having space weapons or something like that, Trump launching the Space Force, clearly they're entertaining these possibilities. What can we what do you guys think World War III is going to look like? We never talk about this kind of stuff. We talk about nukes, we talk about cyber warfare, we talk about PR manipulation, but we don't talk.
Oh my God, Tim, you're so dumb. If there's any sort of World War III, I bet you it's going to be a direct result from the war in Ukraine right now. Like, if there's a World War III, most likely, now this is still speculation, but most likely it's going to be when Russia fucks up and hits something of NATO. That's most likely going to be the World War III. At this point in time, not lasers in satellites in the sky. He's manipulating his audience. Tim Pool is a fool. Tim Fool. Like, he's an idiot. I can't stand him.
About things outside of that realm.
I mean, it's still, that's because for the most part, this type of weapon, if it were a real weapon, like that kind of stuff.
Which it's not. Not in the sense they're talking about.
Stuff is something that, I mean, everybody here is extremely unfamiliar with, obviously. If it's cutting edge technology that has no exposure to the population, like how much can you pontificate about it? Maybe it's a laser. Sick. I don't know. I don't know anything about lasers. It's like I know a little more about, about if it was missiles or technology that we can currently look at.
This is kind of the point why I thought it was interesting to talk about. Because I kind of feel like, I said this before, we sit here in this room and we talk about all this stuff, and the security agents and intelligence agencies are laughing how wrong we are about everything. Right?
Mm-hmm. I mean, I know that there's definitely, there was a reason, as much as people like to meme on Trump about Space Force and stuff, like, it is legitimate. You've got multiple companies now that are delivering private satellites into low Earth orbit. You've got, that means that the technology is going to start really disseminating to other countries, and other states are going to have the ability to get into space and actually do things, whether it be monitoring or whether it be targeting with laser and stuff like that. I mean, so it's a necessity for the future, but I mean, because it's something that we're all so unfamiliar with, talking about, or at least me talking about it, it's like, man, Star Wars was cool.
I think every cartoon villain builds a laser, right? Like, we were always on this path. This was always possible.
Ronald Reagan did that shit.
Yeah. I mean,
the moment you start comparing this conceptualization of lasers starting a fire in Hawaii, the moment you start comparing that to a cartoon villain, you've already reached your conclusion. You've already reached the conclusion of how ridiculous this is. So what are you doing continuing to talk about this as if it's like an actual thing? It's like, well, it could be a thing. Or no. They're like, it could be a total hoax with that idea. But hey, let's talk about it as if it's actually happening. And not in the sense where they're not actually defining they don't believe in it. They're just like, this is so let's go back to talking about how this is actually a thing.
I think part of it is it is hard to know the bounds of technology that you have so little information about. And I for one, am not an engineer. I don't know anything about this. But
I'm not an engineer. I don't know anything about this. But I mean, it's my fault. I mean, like, why am I listening to this? Whatever.
It wouldn't surprise me if there were, I'm never surprised by advanced surveillance technology, and I don't know why lasers wouldn't be considered in a similar sphere. I think the idea that you would be able to launch far attacks with as much stealth as possible without having to...
I don't know, maybe because this isn't a James Bond narrative film, like, plot.
Deploy ships and all kinds of stuff. That's probably ideal for any superpower in the world. The question is, like, do we also have lasers?
Well, I mean, I have lasers on my guns, like
low orbit ion cannons.
But yeah, like low orbit lasers for targeting and stuff like that. That's stuff that's pretty normal too. I mean, literally, like, it's stuff that goes on small arms nowadays. You can have a really high power laser that like will burn.
Fire?
I don't know if they could start a fire, burn someone's eyeballs out, and it's infrared too, and so that's part of the problem. Is it's infrared, so you can't see it.
Well, the real question is, who originated these lasers? Is it U.S. government? Is it China? Is it someone else?
Yeah.
We had the story a few months ago now about the Chinese spy balloons. I don't know if we ever got to the bottom of.
Well, would you like to ride in my Chinese spy balloon?
Where they originated and whether that was a psyop
they were just
or
for fun.
something.
Don't worry about that.
That was but that right around that same time is when the green lasers were actually over Hawaii as well, right? Tim, is that?
Yeah.
Was it the same?
Well, I don't know. The green lasers over Hawaii was in February, January.
And was that the same? So it was right around the same time as the balloon?
On. But they had a bunch of balloons apparently flying over the U.S. And so.
That's actually a thing, though. That is a peculiar thing. The green lasers over Hawaii. Like, it's actually...
Now to a very unusual sight captured on camera. Japanese and local astronomers say a Chinese satellite was recently seen beaming down green lasers over the islands. This video captured atop the Subaru telescope on Mauna Kea, operated by the National Astronomical Observatory of Japan. Bryce Moore has the story.
The lasers flash for just a couple seconds. Initially thought to be from a NASA altimeter satellite, the Japanese put out a correction note on Monday saying NASA scientists found a most likely candidate as the ACDL instrument by the Chinese Daki-1 AEMS satellite. I went to a University of Hawaii astronomer who read up on AEMS instruments.
It's a Chinese satellite that is measuring pollutants, among other things. It has many different instruments on it, some kind of topographical mapping, or they're also used for measuring stuff in the Earth's atmosphere, and I think that's what it is, to environmental measurement satellite.
I also sat down with the former Chief of Staff of Marine Forces Pacific. He had some questions.
I'm not sure, this is my opinion, why the Chinese, who are probably some of the most prolific polluters on the planet, would be collecting data on pollutants on this side of the Pacific.
Both experts say this isn't...
That is a little weird. This is a little weird. I have to concur. This is a little sus. Not sure what's going on too. And that was kind of a good point. Why would the Chinese be measuring air pollutants over here?
Explicitly a spy satellite. It is cataloged and known by governments around the world.
The U.S. has satellites that do the same thing. So in this case...
Well, yeah, I mean, of course it'll burn your eye out because, if somebody has a laser pointer for a cat, you're not supposed to look into the laser. It's not good for you.
Despite all of the flurry, well-deserved flurry about Chinese spy satellites and other devices, this one is just orbiting Earth and has a known orbit.
The footage was taken January 28th, before the recent incident where a Chinese balloon traversed over the mainland U.S. before being shot.
Would you like to ride in my Chinese spy balloon? We can look at the world from a different point of view. There's an actual song called, Beautiful Balloon or something. It's from the 70s, 60s or 70s. It's would you like to ride in my beautiful balloon? We can see the world from a different point of view. We can fly. I'm sorry, you don't listen to 70s and 60s music? Damn, what's wrong with you? Jeez.
Down off the coast of South Carolina, which brings the question, how much is the Chinese military seeing?
They can shut down any communication nodes that they want if they believe that, I think, the public is getting too much information. So, yeah, I think it's more probably military than anything else. That's makes sense.
I had to ask,
is this a risk to locals, to Hawaii?
No, it's not a risk to Hawaii or any place else. We have aircraft making these kind of measurements all the time. If you've seen topographical maps with high precision, those are made using sometimes this kind of thing.
It seems to me that those tensions are there. People are a little antsy, and I think We just need to be a little bit more aware, vigilant.
I reached out to the United States Space Force to see how often Chinese satellites scan Hawaii airspace and if there's been an explanation from China.
Let's see. Lee says if something can burn your eye out, it can set a fire. Well, I mean, like, it doesn't, like, if you look into, like, a cat laser pointer, it doesn't burn your eye out, per se, like, immediately, but it's, it burns your eye out in the sense it does damage, like, your retinas and things. Like, you're really not supposed to look directly into lasers. But it's not the same as, like, being able to start a fire.
Look, man, whatever ends up happening, we don't know what it is they're building and what they're going to use when it comes to physical conflict. Dazzlers are the lasers that they use. I think they use these in Afghanistan and Iraq.
They work.
Yeah, and I think those are green lasers. I'm not sure. And what they would do is they would point it at your eyes and press a button, and then it blinds you temporarily. It's like so bright, the laser's going to your eye, it can cause permanent damage too. So those are actually relatively common.
Yeah.
Burning out someone's eyes, you know, whatever. But they actually, you can buy lasers off the internet that can start fires.
Like I said, well, I don't have anything.
Where? Where can you buy a laser that burns a fire? Oh. Well, look at that. I want one of these. What the fuck? Long range laser pointer. 2,000 meters? That's pretty dope, yo. This doesn't start a fire, though. Does it? I don't think so. What is this, a lightsaber? Dude, I want one of these. This is amazing. I want to, Andy, I'm totally getting one. Me too. They literally blind drivers. Well, I wouldn't blind drivers with it. I would blind aliens or something. I don't know. I would blind my roommate when they're not driving. How about that? I want one of these. What the fuck? I want to get one of those. Anyways.
You can start fires, but I've got multiple IR lasers and stuff like that go on guns and stuff. So you can get them low power that are civilian legal. The funny thing is, like, the Food and Drug Administration is the actual administration that regulates lasers.
Wait, what? Really?
Yep.
The FDA.
Really? The FDA, and I forget
sketchy at
why.
all.
I forget why. But it had because they're not regulated under anything for
the technology
weapons or anything.
We never know, as us minions, we don't know what the certain government, what the militaries will have, right? They could have weapons. They're not going to tell the public about it, so they can use it as warfare that you'll never suspect.
And then they tell you you're a conspiracy theorist when you're like, hey man, I kind of think that they may be experimenting with this stuff.
Right.
If you're talking about small arms, I mean, you've got a pretty good idea about what capabilities there are, like, generally, because even small arms stuff, they don't go to Raytheon or people with a lot of clearances and stuff when you're dealing with, like, guns. It takes getting into, like, high-tech stuff like targeting systems, missile systems and stuff like that, or any kind of, like, night vision systems or thermal systems and stuff like that. That stuff will be all ITAR stuff, which is like International Trade in Arms, regulated and stuff. But or robotics would be things, but now they're not like, oh, you can't know about our new rifle. Like, all that stuff, as soon as they develop new rifle or new rounds, that stuff's that stuff's on the internet, and dudes are talking about it and debating on whether it's a good one.
Well, you've got, people who are in the military are going to be commissioned or given these things or whatever.
Yeah.
So you can't keep those things from the public because a guy's going to have it and be like, we just use these particular rounds.
Yeah, like the stuff that'd be like top secret stuff is like DARPA and like stuff they're doing at MIT.
Satellite weapons.
Yeah, exactly.
And then Trump launches, he creates the Space Force.
Exactly.
So that's why I'm kind of like, I'm looking at this like, hey man,
The other side of the story, though, is why are these fires so bad and why are they happening so frequently? I mean, this is like...
Global warming! That's why it's happening. But by all means, let's keep talking about the fucking lasers and not about the other elements that actually go into making this fire possible.
Unprecedented to see Hawaii now look like it was hit by an atomic bomb. I mean, this is the worst Hawaii's looked since like Pearl Harbor.
There was a...
Then you have, you know, the Canadian wildfires a few weeks ago. New York City, it went all the way down to D.C. The entire sky.
I'm sorry, I live in California. California is on fire all the time. Is anybody making conspiracy theories about us being attacked by lasers? No. No, they're not. So why the fuck are they making the exception for this now? Because there's wildfires in Canada, wildfires in Hawaii, because there's wildfires somewhere else? I mean, we're having a fucking hurricane right now. The first one in 80 years. You're not seeing a sign of you're not seeing the symptoms of a bigger problem here? That doesn't click it with you? No. Let's avoid that conversation. Let's go over here to the fucking lasers because that's more important. Now, don't get me wrong. I think it's really fun to talk about conspiracies as recreation. What does that mean? It means I don't take them seriously. I just talk about it like for fun. Like, what if? What if? What if the aliens are abducting us and fisting us in the assholes? What if? Like, I never talk about it as if it's the actual thing. So it's like, I think it's such a waste of time with such a platform like that. It's like, if you're going to talk about what seriously causes the wildfire, so you're going to sit there and shake your head, I don't know. But let's talk about these lasers because that seems probable. It's ridiculous.
It was red. It looked like, you know, soot, ashes covered the entire, you know, the city skyline. So this was like the worst it looked since 9/11. So why are these...
I'm sorry, Lee said, like, my shirt is Yu Yu Hakusho. It's one of my favorite animes. I love it. Thank you. Thank you. That actually made my day for you to, like, mention my shirt. I didn't think anyone would get it. I'm glad you did. It's one of my favorites. I haven't read the manga. I love the anime, but the anime ended very abruptly, and I could tell, like, the manga has more. So I think I'm going to get into the manga. But yeah, I love this so much. You know, I got this from Target. I'm like, get out of town. Target with like the anime shirts, like love I love Yu Yu Hakusho.
Fires happening so frequently. What's the origin of this? Is this just incompetence? Is this an indictment of the Biden administration? I know the fires happened, but
with
like,
this one we've
never seen them at this level of magnitude.
At least with the one in Hawaii, there's a hurricane out in the.
But they were seeing hurricane force winds, right?
Right.
But then there was no rain. But there was no rain, right?
With the Canadian wildfires, one of the theories I had always heard was that because Canada has embraced kind of progressive environmentalism, there's no forest management. And so it's the perfect storm of policies that they think they're selling to you as good that are not actually good. My question would be, as the average person, should you bring back the bomb shelter? Because obviously you're not getting any information. How would you prepare your community or your family for technology we don't know about and they're not going to tell you about?
I don't know.
I'm just saying, bomb shelters come back into vogue.
I've never experienced the smog from the Canadian wildfires. That was the first time in my lifetime I've ever experienced something like that. But a lot of people say, like up in Montana, that stuff kind of happens often. So was it just a freak accident that all these fires happened, and then we on the East Coast experienced this unbreathable air for 2 weeks?
Part of it too was that Halifax.
We do this every year. Californians do this every year. We deal with the smog in the air and the unbreathable air. So people on the East Coast experiencing that, they're acting like it's a fucking phenomena. I mean, meanwhile in California, we're experiencing our first hurricane in like over 80 years. You don't think that's a symptom of a bigger problem? honestly, experiencing wildfires around so much that the air is smoggy and you can't really breathe it, that's normal. For me. Anyways, for people here in California, we're like, yeah, that's a summer day. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's just I remember there were wildfires just after we hit the lockdown for the pandemic, and it was so bad. Like, I had to stay cooped up in my apartment with all windows closed, and it was summertime at the same time, so it was hot, you couldn't get any fresh air. I felt like I was suffocating inside my own apartment. It really sucks, but never once was I thinking like, hey, this is because of lasers. I'm like, this is global warming and the lack of human response to global warming.
Which is above Maine, had its worst wildfire in I think its history ever.
I've heard stories that there were people that think they were set by environmentalists.
Yeah, I've heard that too, but
there was, if you look at the light,
a lot of the problems with California and getting the forest like catching on fire, I mean, it's naturally going to happen anyways, but there's also a severe lack of funding for wildlife maintenance, for that kind of thing, for people to go in and clear extra shrubbery from forests, from government funding to protect the forest, to care for it in such a way. But, like, I mean, fires are going to happen in California, at least, no matter what. Fires in California are a natural part of the environment. In fact, so many forests in California cannot thrive without the fires. Like, there's species of trees that are dependent on forest fires to sort of release the seeds. You know, it's kind of like popcorn, it releases the seeds. So we kind of need fires, but not to the extent where they're so damaging, which is where government funding for forest care really comes in, and we need that. So it's like, yeah, there's global warming, and then we need government care to mitigate these sort of things. Because of eco-terrorists. Yeah. Oh, that's another conspiracy with the Hawaiian fires right now, is that it's actually like a terrorist act to get the rich people to be able to like redevelop the land. Which I agree that rich people will take advantage of the situation, but I don't think they're actually out there starting the fire themselves. Like, this actually is a weather phenomena.
lightning maps, you can see all the lightning in the area. So it's kind of like, I mean, you can believe it was leftist extremists or whatever, but also lightning starts wildfires.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it's leftist extremists that are in their own government that are not actually taking the steps to manage the forest, and that's why it's across.
The forests aren't managed because of the leftists. The leftists aren't doing their job in the forest. They're not raking up the pine needles as they should be. What the fuck is that kind of jumping conclusion where you think that the leftists are responsible for forest fires? Are you fucking kidding me right now? What the fuck is happening here?
The entire country. Like, my Canadian family that lives in British Columbia, every couple years there will be smoke. You can't see, you know, some of the islands, things like that. But it's not pouring into the U.S. at that level.
Thanks for watching this clip from the Timcast.
Great. Thanks for the most useless clip ever in the history of existence. We appreciate nothing that you've done. Antifa is an idea, not a clandestine organization.
IRL podcast.
it's kind of like anonymous, you know? Like there's no actual like thing going on. Let's see. You know, I was going to do a Trump indictment update. I think I'm going to save it for next week. Just because the My Pillow guy took forever. That, and I'm kind of running out of energy right now. We've been live for over 4 hours at the moment. Yeah, I think I'm going to put a bookmark in it and call it good. Yeah, Lee says he's tired. Yeah. Yeah, no, I really wanted to take a minute and like talk about the Trump indictment update, but I think I'm going to save it for next week, or, you know, I might do a follow-up video. But other than that, I think we had some really interesting conversation today, for today, and especially the Mike Lindell, like, stupid fiasco with, like, preventing election fraud. That was the big hot cake. And I just can't even believe that's even put on the table. It just like, yeah, yeah, yeah. I can't believe he made that noise. He literally did that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's fucking weird. Anyways. Hey, it's good to see all of you. I miss you. It was good hanging out with you today. We're going to see you next week. And again, I'm clipping off the end here with like the Trump indictment update. I think I'm just going to save it for later. Because I'm just feeling like fatigued, and I think I just want to get going with something else. Maybe eat another piece of pizza. So it's also still ongoing. The Trump indictment, like there's still information being pulled in. So I think saving it for next week might be a little bit better when we have more info. Meh, meh, meh. Antifa means anti-fascist. I am anti-fascist. All right. Thank you so much to our beautiful moderators. We have Elise, Mark, Cassie. I believe Susan was in here earlier. Our highlighted people are here. Let's see. We got Maria, Andy. We got Lee, Cassidy. Thank you so much for coming, Morg. I appreciate that. And yeah, we'll see you next week. Next live stream, I believe, is Monday. I believe Morgan is going live on Monday. And I will see you there in the chat. I am a moderator there. It's where I like to yell at flat earthers. But yeah. So sorry, guys. I wanted to cover the Trump update, but I'm like, we've been live for like 4.5 hours. I'm like, I think I'm done. Well, let's just put a bookmark in it. We'll pick up on it next week. Anyways, so good to see everybody. Stay safe, stay cool, have a good weekend. Take care, and ad astra, my friends. All right? Okay. We'll see ya. We'll see ya. Bye, my friends. Bye, my beautiful lovelies. Good night. Good night. So Mark is going to go. You're going to do another video release tomorrow. I believe Mark is going to do a video release tomorrow. Mark, if you would like to post a link to your channel, please do so now. We've been having fabulous content from Mark lately. Very cool artistic content. I love it very much. I did. Yeah. Mark, post your link. Do it. Do it. He's sleeping, I guess. All right. Well, I'm sure Mark's going to post this link here pretty soon. But otherwise, yeah. Good to see you all. I will see you Monday in Mark's live stream chat. And of course, I will see you next Friday. All right. Take care, everybody. Goodbye.